Welcome, everyone. Welcome to our regulatory best practices for global access to medicines, including anti-tuberculosis medicines. This is a very unique conference in that it's the first collaboration, and we hope not the last. It's the first collaboration with FDA and the Promoting the Quality of Medicines Plus, PQM Plus program, which is funded by the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, and led by the United States Pharmacopeal Convention, USP. Good day, good afternoon, or good night, depending on where you may be. It is extremely exciting to see so many of you online with us here today, and we hope that many more will join throughout the course of the event. And we certainly appreciate your commitment in attending from wherever you may be worldwide. I wish everyone and their household safety and good health, and we invite you to chat amongst yourselves in the chat pod when it becomes available. And I see that we have wide global representation. What an utter delight to see such vibrant participation. My name is Brenda Stoddard, and I'm with the Small Business and Industry Assistance, SBIA program, which operates within the Division of Drug Information, DDI, which in turn resides in FDA's Center for Drug Evaluation and Research's CDER's Office of Communications, OCOM. It is my great pleasure, along with my colleagues, I'm sorry, that's not yet up. It is my great pleasure, along with my colleagues, to be with you here today. We offer you this 3 half-day conference with an unsurpassed cast of subject matter experts. Today, we'll kick off with our 4 keynote speakers. Then PQM Plus will provide an overview of their program. Next, the World Health Organization, WHO, will detail the pre-qualification process for medicines and also the collaborative registration procedure. Then, for the rest of the conference, you will hear from various FDA speakers as we present insight on a variety of topics specifically selected to address your interests. I entreat you to make the most of this experience. Attend all the sessions which interest you, learn all that you can, submit your questions during the available Q&A sessions, and network in the chat pod when it becomes available. We are also offering live YouTube streaming, so please invite your colleagues. Note that only those attendees who register and attend via Adobe Connect will be able to submit questions to our speakers. Now, as we set up for this poll, which I try to do with each conference, I know that some of you may have been with SBIA for quite some time, perhaps even going back as far as 2010 when we first started. Although I suspect that for this particular event, most of you will be first-time attendees, and we welcome you as we work towards expanding our audience base and increasing our portfolio of SBIA events. So to break the ice and get us thinking this early morning here in the US, East Coast, I have the following question. Please participate if you can. And the question is, how many SBIA conferences have you attended? Choices are A, this is my first one, B, 2 to 5, C, 6 to 10, D, more than 10, E, most since 2010. And let's wait a couple more seconds for the results to come in. Okay, it seems like we're evening out there. A, 49%, this is my first time. Excellent, excellent. Thank you so very much. And 3%, I attended almost since this started. Excellent. Thank you so much for your continued support. And for those of you who selected A, you chose a great event to attend as your introduction to SBIA. And next time, and we hope there will be many more next times, you'll be able to select B or C. Nora, can you please take a snapshot? Oh, okay. Can someone please take a snapshot for me, please? Okay. And as of this morning, we had over 2,000 registrants representing about 106 countries. Over 54% of these registrants have self-identified as small businesses, and of those, over 20% reports having 1 to 9 employees. These stats are extremely important to us as they confirm that we are indeed reaching the small business sector of our audience, and they also validate our mission and the very essence of the program itself. Here is a snapshot of our geo map for today's event. This map is always quite invigorating to us here at FDA, for it provides a very powerful visual as to the impact and extent of an outreach. And I give you a challenge. You can actually click on this image, which will take you to your browser. And from there, you can zoom in and have a closer look at our global participation. My challenge to you is to try it. Zoom in on your geographic area and see if anyone else is attending from your neighborhood. So moving on to our next slide. This here is a slide of our QR codes for social media avenues. You can take a photo of them now with your phone and be taken to the appropriate platform. And they will also be advertised across the screen banner during the breaks if you miss it now. So let's turn our attention to some logistics very quickly here. In our ongoing environment, this event is 100% remote, in addition to being 100% virtual. So what that means is that over the next 3 days, we will have a total of 27 speakers and panelists, not to mention our organizers and technical staff, all working from our homes. We're not at FDA campus, we're from our own homes. As such, there may be some internet issues, but please bear with us. And if in fact we encounter those, we will try to get them resolved as quickly as possible. And speaking of tech issues, here is the link for a one-stop shop for answers to your technical questions, for downloading the files, accessing the survey link to obtain the certificate of attendance, and so much more. It's the same page that you used this morning for online access to the event, so please bookmark that page. If you have any technical questions about this event, please check there first, and you will most likely find the answer. We invite you to submit your questions to us so that we can have a vibrant and productive Q&A segment, which is so crucial to these events. And, this is where we want to answer the questions, your questions. It's a learning opportunity, and I encourage you to take full advantage of the expertise we have here for you. When you do submit your question, please identify that individual presenter by prefacing your question with the speaker's name, as shown here at Jude. Please keep in mind that we will answer as many questions as time allows, but all your questions are very helpful as we plan for future events. Also, during each presentation, there is a link on the right side of the pod where you see the speaker's headshot, and it says download the slides. Note that this link is only active during the real-time presentation. Also, if you need closed captioning, please look at the top of your Adobe screen to the right side. Click on the CC drop-down menu and select Show Captions. There will be a link to a speaker evaluation under the speaker's picture or information on the right side of the screen. We encourage you to take the time to complete the evaluation as your feedback is much appreciated. In addition to the speaker evaluation, we have our event, our final valuation. Upon completion of that survey, an attendee can then download a certificate of attendance, which may be used in support of RAPS, SOCRA, ACRP, and SQA credits. The certificate must be downloaded immediately after completing the survey, otherwise the opportunity is lost. Now, even if you do not want or need a certificate, please take a few minutes to complete the conference evaluation, as your feedback will help guide the design of our future events. And note that the evaluation and certificate both are only available for 2 weeks. What this means is that the deadline date is September 1st. The survey link will be posted on our one-stop shop page the afternoon of each day's events. And as a reminder, all of the sessions, all 3 days, are being recorded. It will take us about a week or so, 7 business days, to process the recordings, but you will soon be able to access them from SBIA's homepage. And I hope that you have already bookmarked our homepage. That is www.fda.gov www.fda.gov/CDERSBIA. In the interim, the YouTube link for each day's recording will be posted on the One Stop webpage at the end of each day. Now, let's take a couple minutes just to call your attention to our upcoming events, which may be of interest also to this audience. September 8th, we'll be hosting a webinar for reporting drug amounts under Section 510J3 of the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. In this webinar, FDA will provide an overview of the drug amount reporting program, including discussions of how FDA uses the drug amount report data and who reports and how. We will also have examples and demonstrations. Then on September 20th and 21st, we'll be hosting our conference, Advancing Generic Drug Development Workshop, Translating Science to Approval. More information is available on our homepage seen here. And we also invite you to visit our CEDAR Learn webpage, where you can link to SBIA tutorials, along with other educational resources, many of which offer healthcare professional CEs. And that link, of course, is www.fda.gov/CEDARLearn. And here we have a video. I won't play it now in the interest of time, but it will be played during the breaks. It's a video of a very short video of all the SBIA resources which would be available to you from our website. And that website is fda.gov/CEDARSBIA-learn. At this point, I would like to acknowledge those individuals instrumental in making this event possible. Many are listed here, but so many more deserve credit. Thanks to our speakers and panelists for their continued commitment to this effort. To all of my fellow DDIers who respond to SBIA inquiries day in and day out. Thanks to everyone who worked and continue to work behind the scenes in various capacities, especially to our team of technical experts who make everything run seemingly effortlessly. To our SBIA team for commitment to our work, thank you. But most of all, our heartfelt gratitude to you, the audience, who took time out to attend this event, regardless of the inconvenience of the various time zones. And we at FDA do not take this lightly, for without you, this conference would not be possible and definitely would not be the success that it is. A very special recognition to my colleague, Lieutenant Nora Lim, who will be your SBIA host over the next 3 days. And now I'm sure you're ready for us to launch fully into today's agenda. And I am honored to introduce our first keynote speaker, FDA's very own, Dr. Janet Woodcock. Dr. Woodcock is the FDA's Principal Deputy Commissioner. In this role, she works closely with the Commissioner of Food and Drugs to develop and implement key public health initiatives and help oversee the agency's day-to-day functions. She served as the Acting Commissioner of Food and Drugs from January 20th, 2021 until February 17th, 2022. Dr. Woodcock began her career in 1986 at the Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research, CBER. Please help me welcome Dr. Janet Woodcock.
Thank you, Brenda, for that kind introduction and for the efforts that everyone has put forth by the team to organize this important conference. I'm delighted to be here to help kick it off in collaboration with Promoting the Quality of Medicines Plus, PQM Plus, and funded by the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, and led by the United States Pharmacopeal Convention. It really does take a village to put things like this on, and I'm very sorry I can't be with you in person. I want to welcome the many participants from around the world, the global regulators, regulatory science and regulatory affairs professionals, members of industry, and consultants and contractors, each of whom is involved with the important issues that we're going to be addressing today here. I can't think of a more important topic than what this conference is focused on, helping regulators in middle and lower income nations develop the structures and ability to fully meet the healthcare needs of their citizens. In today's global environment, we know that geographic borders are meaningless when it comes to containing the spread of disease. And it's one of the reasons we have effective international organizations and other collaborations to help in this regard. We all need to pull together on this. We also know that even if we've developed extraordinary capabilities to respond to outbreaks of disease across the globe, the ability to gain access to those treatments and other responses is not equal for people of all nations. Many low and middle income countries are still building their regulatory systems, and we need to do everything we can to provide them with the knowledge and understanding of the available tools and resources. We can share how the FDA and other global organizations such as the World Health Organization, USAID, and USP can be supportive of their efforts. Last fall, for instance, the FDA hosted a seminar for global regulators, many of them from lower middle income countries, to discuss the U.S. approach to good regulatory practices, or GRPs. These are defined as those procedures or systems that are necessary for implementing regulations. We know that regulations and regulatory frameworks that are modern, transparent, predictable, and rooted in a thorough understanding of science and risk can best position us to promote and protect the public health. Equally important, good regulatory practices lay the groundwork for global regulatory cooperation, which, as I said, is essential for combating disease in our world today and actually advancing the industry. By promoting consultation and coordination among relevant governments, departments, and agencies, we help ensure the development of regulations that rely on high-quality scientific data and information and are accountable to stakeholders and the public and are fit for purpose. And we don't have to look too far for the benefits of these qualities. You know, one of the most important lessons from the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic is that when regulatory agencies of multiple governments work together, we can better protect and promote public health. We have the ability to overcome shortfalls in resources and knowledge that individual nations might face. And certainly every nation has faced shortages and shortfalls in staffing, in supplies, and just knowing the science all around the world during this pandemic. For example, early discussions on the best practices coupled with information sharing and collaboration among regulators and manufacturers facilitated the speedy market authorization of both novel and repurposed COVID-19 medicines, diagnostics, and vaccines. This was unprecedented, really, in the history of medicine, that we'd be able to respond so effectively and so quickly to a pandemic. We'll continue to engage internationally with regulators, and hopefully this will only be strengthened, and with others to advance the science of COVID-19 vaccine development and the ongoing safety and effectiveness of the authorized and approved vaccines and the other medicines. And we look forward to integrating more broadly what we've learned during COVID-19 into our approach and interaction with regulatory bodies around the globe in this and other areas. I can't tell you really how much this pandemic has strengthened the international bonds of regulators. We have much more in common than we have differences. And the simple fact is that opportunities for and outcomes of international regulatory cooperation are strengthened when regulatory agencies have common objectives and priorities and have common or similar regulatory frameworks, meaning that they rely on similar scientific analysis or data elements when making regulatory decisions. This gives us a common language so we can all talk to each other. Our goal is to help be a catalyst in driving change among your nations and regulatory agencies. We want to help you strengthen your regulatory systems, encourage the development of standards, and demonstrate the value of multilateral efforts through organizations such as the International Conference of Drug Regulatory Authorities, the International Council on Harmonization, and the World Health Organization. And there are many of these organizations of regulators that really work on harmonizing regulation around the world. It's really a good thing. So over the next 3 days, working together with our partners, USAID, and it's promoting the Quality of Medicines Plus program, and USP, our hope is to help you build capacity and understanding of regulatory best practices and ways to apply them to meet individual national health goals, including ending tuberculosis, still a public health threat in many areas of the world. In fact, in 2020, 1.5 million people died and an estimated 10 million people fell ill from tuberculosis. And yet TB is a treatable and curable disease using a standard 6-month course of 4 antimicrobial drugs in most cases. Of course, there's an additional public health crisis and health security threat posed by drug-resistant TB. In 2020, approximately 12% of laboratory confirmed cases of TB were drug-resistant, but only about 1 in 3 people with drug-resistant TB accessed treatment in 2020. During this meeting, you'll learn about available treatments and what we're doing at FDA and globally to address this ongoing challenge, including combating drug-resistant tuberculosis. A lot of people are working together on this, and together we can conquer this illness. You'll also learn about various regulatory initiatives the FDA has developed for expedited approval of medical products. And this is something, of course, that came into prominence during the pandemic, including fast track designation, breakthrough therapy designation, the accelerated approval, and priority review programs with a special focus on TB medicines. The overarching goal of this meeting is to impart to our fellow regulators knowledge and resources they can apply to strengthening their own health systems and help ensure access to important medicines, including, but of course not limited to, TB medicine. Your agenda over the next 3 days is a full and rich one. Experts from the FDA, WHO, and USP will share information to help regulators better understand FDA drug and device approval pathways and FDA review of applications for both new and generic drugs that are designed to speed approval of safe and effective products. Our mandate is not only to make sure these products are safe and effective and all the standards are met, but to expedite their development and review as much as we can so they are available. And you're also going to have the opportunity to hear from an impressive lineup of keynote speakers, including Dr. Atul Gawande, Teresa Kasiava, who I would really like to hear from, Rogeri Gayaspar, Ron Piervincini, who is someone I have worked with for a very long time, and Jude Nwokike. I want to thank each of these individuals for their participation, and I especially want to thank all of you for joining us. As I said at the onset of my remarks, our global environment necessitates that we have to work and learn together on issues of public health and well-being. This collaboration is critical to ensuring the health of our citizens and the safety of our world. I wish you all an enjoyable and productive conference. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Woodcock. We do appreciate your SBIA support throughout the years. Now, let us turn our attention to our next keynote speaker. Dr. Atul Gawande is the Assistant Administrator for Global Health at the United States Agency for International Development, USAID. He is a renowned surgeon, writer, and public health leader. He was also founder and chair of Ariadne Labs, a joint center for health systems innovation, and of Lifebox, a nonprofit making surgery safer globally. He also co-founded CIC Health, a public benefit corporation supporting pandemic response operations nationally. Please let us welcome Dr. Atul Gawande.
Hi. Thank you to the FDA and the Small Business Industry Assistance Events Program for inviting me to speak at this conference. I'm honored to be here today, although I apologize for not being able to be there in person. And I'm representing USAID as part of this important collaborative effort with the FDA. My priority as leader for global health at USAID is advancing our commitment to ensuring that everyone worldwide ultimately has access to the 80-plus year life expectancy that people in high-income worlds can achieve when they have access to affordable and appropriate care and treatment. That appropriate care and treatment is made possible in a major way due to access to medicines. And tuberculosis being one of the biggest killers in the world, it is a priority for us to see that we are addressing access to TB medicines and ensuring their quality and effectiveness. Today's webinar is an opportunity to address the fragility of the TB medicine market by ensuring that all countries have access to quality assured and affordably priced commodities. This is also an opportunity to share information today about the pathways to get all necessary drugs approved. This knowledge sharing that will take place in this conference is critical in our effort to build new partnerships and strengthen national medical regulatory authorities in low and middle income countries to ensure that everyone has access to quality and essential medicines. At USAID, as the lead U.S. government agency and the largest bilateral donor leading the international TB response, we work with governments, with local partners, and other key stakeholders around the world on the shared goal of ending TB. We've made some of the largest investments in the world to stop TB, and our joint efforts have contributed to tremendous progress. Since 2000, this partnership around TB, working together, has reduced TB deaths by 40% and saved more than 66 million lives globally. Key to that progress is supporting the development of new diagnostic tools and the availability of effective, quality assured, and affordable TB medicines. Our USAID priorities, therefore, have included the introduction of new tools and drugs. Around new tools, our recently launched Introducing New Tools project, very cleverly named, has been done in collaboration with the Stop TB Partnership and is currently rolling out packages of the latest innovations in diagnostics, treatments, and digital health technology to strengthen TB care in high-burden countries. An example of that would be mobile AI-assisted X-ray available around the world to without having to have a radiologist in order to get quality information from X-ray. We've also made great strides in building up the second-line TB drug market. USAID has supported nearly 30 TB medicines to receive WHO approval, creating a quality and competitive market and representing nearly all of the currently available generic second-line TB drugs. In addition to this, as the result of intensified research in recent years, USAID has supported the approval of several new TB medicines that enable the introduction of novel, shorter, and more tolerable regimens. An example is betaquilline, PDQ, where in our donation program that we have funded to treat drug-resistant TB. In 2012, the FDA approved BDQ, the first anti-TB drug in more than 40 years, offering an opportunity for a more effective, less toxic, and shorter treatment regimen. This treatment option also enabled those with DRTB, drug-resistant TB, to avoid hard-to-tolerate daily injections. To expand to this new class of antibiotics, USAID partnered with Janssen Therapeutics at Johnson & Johnson on a BD2 donation access program. That program provided the drug free of charge to people with TB in over 100 low-income and middle-income countries. That donation access program resulted in the rapid uptake of BD2 in many countries, paving the way for quick adoption of new WHO DRTB treatment guidelines, where they've included a PDQ containing all oral shorter regimen, provided the opportunity to strengthen the capacity and quality of DRTB programs in USAID supported countries as well. And the result we've seen has been remarkable. The DRTB treatment success rate has gone from about 50% on the old oral regimen to now over 70% on the all oral shorter regimen. Further, this donation program built a strong market for the drug, resulting in an almost 60% price reduction. Another area has been our support of the Global Drug Facility's pool procurement mechanism, through which we have brought more drugs into the market to drive down prices, build competition, and increase access. For example, in DRTB drugs, there has been a 25% decrease in the VPAL regimen price and a 16 to 24% decrease in new WHO all-oral regimen prices since 2019. The Global Drug Facility has also ensured an uninterrupted supply of TB medicines to countries in need by expediting procurement orders and deliveries, thereby reducing the delivery lead time from 3 to 6 months to 2 months, ensuring that TB drugs get to those that need them in a timely way. We're also able to maintain this during COVID. With USAID support, the Global Drug Facility established now several years ago the strategic rotating stockpile of TB medicine, which started with second-line drugs and now includes first-line drugs. Having medicines available in the stockpile reduced order lead time and enabled quick restocking of emergency orders during the pandemic. Final example, USAID and PQM Plus. USAID has long worked with the Promoting the Quality of Medicines Plus program, PQM Plus, which was led by the U.S. Pharmacopoeia Convention, to increase the global TB drug availability. Through PQM Plus, USAID supports, again, low and middle income countries in strengthening their national medical regulatory systems, which oversee access to safe and effective medical products. The program works with the country regulatory system to get medicines approved with assistance from the WHO Collaborative Registration Procedure. In addition, it helps make pharmaceutical manufacturers in low and middle income countries aware of US FDA and WHO direct approval. My apologies, my warning. So in addition, it helps make pharmaceutical manufacturers in low and middle income countries aware of US FDA and WHO drug approval pathways for new TB medicines, where there is limited clinical data, building their capacity to ensure the availability of quality assured medicines for public health programs. Moving forward, as we all know here today, globally, regulatory authorities play a critical role in ensuring access to new medicines. Today's webinar presents an opportunity for regulators and manufacturers to learn from the FDA's experiences, understand WHO's efforts to help countries with limited resources, and to build working relationships across continents. USAID is committed to doing our part to support these important programs, and we hope this webinar today will drive forward progress in producing quality assured and affordably priced TB drugs. Thank you for being here. Thank you for including me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gawande. Now I am pleased to introduce our next two World Health Organization keynote speakers. First up, we have Dr. Teresa Casaiva, who is the director of WHO's Global Tuberculosis Program. Since 2018, she has been leading WHO's work on norms, policies, and standards on TB prevention and care. Dr. Kasaiva has more than 28 years of experience in public health and in leading innovative efforts for socially significant diseases, including TB. Next, we will have Dr. Rogerio Gallaspar, who is the Director of RPQ, Department of Regulation and Pre-qualification at the World Health Organization, WHO. He was, for the last 36 years, an academic with extensive international regulatory experience during the last 26 years. Please help me welcome our next two speakers.
Dear colleagues and friends, I would like to greet you on behalf of the Global Tuberculosis Program of the World Health Organization and thank for the opportunity to share our vision and work on acceleration access to new TB medicines and regimens. Let me start with a brief overview of the current status of TB epidemic. TB remains the second top infectious disease killer in the world. 1.5 million people died from TB last year, including more than 214,000 people with HIV. Almost 10 million people fell ill with tuberculosis. But due to COVID-19 impact, fewer people access life-saving TB care in 2020. Only 5.8 million people from 10 million are reported to have access to TB care, down from 7.1 million in 2019. And it means that more than 4 million people are missing a life-saving TB treatment. The world is off track towards anti-TB strategy targets and global targets and commitments of the UN high-level meeting on TB. Following its mandate, WHO is leading efforts to end TB, including through shaping a TB research and innovation agenda, setting norms and standards, and developing ethical evidence-based policies for TB diagnostic, treatment, and prevention. WHO Global Strategy for TB Research and Innovation, adopted in 2020, shows strategic directions how to accelerate research and innovation efforts that are aligned to the needs of member states. The strategy calls for mobilization of domestic and international investments, data sharing, and collective action to improve equitable access to the benefits of research and innovation, including to new medicines. Following slides are putting spotlight on key mechanisms, innovative approaches, and principles we are using in GTB to accelerate process of introduction, new medicines, and new regimens for TB treatment. In the guideline development, we are following a GRADE process. GRADE system provides a transparent process with a review of PICO format questions, outcomes of interest being rated by importance. The evidence is rated by its certainty, and the decision of the review panel is guided by a decision framework. Grading recommendation for or against the intervention as strong or conditional. As you can see on the example of drug-resistant TB guidelines, updates, especially in the past 5 years, happen regularly and more frequently. And it's mainly due to increased investments in TB research and clinical trials, development of new drugs, better collaboration between key stakeholders, and today's organizers of the event are definitely among them, more active data sharing and optimized processes in WHO. Another example on slide shows our progress towards digitalization of technical products. All WHO guidelines on TB are now available in digital living format on TB knowledge sharing platform that makes their uptake much faster. Another approach we've introduced is rapid communication. Right after the guideline development meeting and before the release of the guidelines, we inform the decision makers, investors, regulatory agencies in the countries, donors, much early in advance to give opportunity to be prepared for uptake and introduction of new treatment options in practice and procurement of new drugs. Here you can see one of the latest examples of rapid communication. Benefits of new treatment options for the patient with drug-resistant TB are obvious. Shorter, safer, fully oral, more effective treatment with the new drugs. According to the latest data, there are about 25 drugs for the treatment of drug-susceptible, drug-resistant TB or TB infection in phase 1, 2, or 3 trials. These drugs comprise 16 new chemical entities, including 2 drugs that have received accelerated regulatory approval by US FDA and 6 repurposed drugs. Various combination regimens with the new or repurposed drugs, as well as host-directed therapies, are in phase 2 or phase 3 trials. In red are trials, the evidence of which was shared already with WHO and reviewed. In black are others WHO is looking forward to receiving data from. The role of the US FDA and PQM has been critical to enable early registration of new TB drugs. But at the same time, we must say that TB drugs continue to face particular regulatory issues that nowadays, with ongoing conflicts in many regions of the world, are exacerbating problem with access to the life-saving TB treatment for the most vulnerable populations, like migrants and refugees. We need more alliance between stringent regulatory authorities to allow broader use of TB drugs across geographical areas and saving time. Operational TB research landscape is also evolving and is complementing to traditional clinical trials. TB treatment is experiencing a true breakthrough in the last decade. The pipeline is growing due to investments in several global research initiatives that have a great potential to deliver at least several new medicines and a number of new regimens and treatment approaches in the next 5 to 10 years. The time is ripe to support and strengthen all our efforts, regulatory authorities in high-burden countries, to ensure smooth uptake of new medicines and regimens, and also to protect the patients from the risk of low quality or counterfeit products. It is therefore hard to overestimate the importance of the series of webinars that are organized. I would like to use this opportunity and also to thank USAID for its ongoing support to the Global TB program that allows to continue and optimize our work on the guidelines development and acceleration efforts on introduction new, more effective treatment options. I would like to applaud to this initiative and wish you all a very productive meeting. Thank you for your attention.
So first of all, let me thank the organizing committee for having invited the Regulation and Pre-Qualification Department inside the Division of Access to Medicines and Health Products of WHO to be present here. Our contribution is being very close to the concerns of both manufacturers, regulatory agencies, and also health systems in providing a better access for a set of important medical products, including on the anti-infectious and specifically on the anti-TB medicines. It's not possible to go through that review without also mentioning what have been the changes in structure at WHO, but also the changes in the procedures in global terms that were really impacted by the pandemic. One of the most important outcomes of the pandemic in the regulatory systems is the increased level of reliance between regulators and the way we have been coordinating the response. The lessons, of course, learned during this pandemic will be important for the next steps in the number of procedures, including certainly the collaborative review process for medicines, but also the collaboration between different regulators using the good regulatory and good reliance practices that WHO has been developing at the same time we were facing the challenges of the pandemic. So first of all, to understand the structure, and sometimes it's difficult for people outside of WHO to understand our internal structure, we are located at the Division of Access to Medicines and Health Products that is directed by Assistant Director General Dr. Maria-Angela Simão, and the division has two main departments: Department on Health Products Policy and Standards, directed by my colleague Clevan Dori, and also the Regulation and Pre-Qualification Department that I have the responsibility to share at the present. This department is three main units: the pre-qualification that most of you know, looking at the different products, and this specific case of today, the medicines assessment directed by Matthias Stahl, is really important. But also the regulation and safety unit that, among others, provides not only support for the regulatory system strengthening across the world, but also through the facilitated product introduction, manages the collaborative review process, CRP, that is so important for reliance between regulators and using speedier mechanisms to give access to essential medicines. Also inside the department, a growing unit, the local production and assistance unit, needs to be referred because they are doing an important job with member states and the number of stakeholders, providing a background for a new global health security agenda in terms of local production, distributed local production worldwide. Of course, in an environment that needs to be secured, preserving the regulatory oversight at high standards, and this of course will be provided the support to the member states also through the regulation and safety unit, and specifically through the regulatory system strengthening team that is directed by Ali Reza Kadem. So having discussed about the structure, of course we don't exist because of the structure, and we don't exist certainly because of pre-qualification, strengthening regulatory systems, or local production and assistance in isolation. We exist because the three in a coordinated form will provide access, better access and affordable access to, and equitable access to medicines, vaccines and other health products and technologies. So our regulatory strategic priorities were defined for a period 2019-2023, aligned with the global program of work GPW13 of WHO for the same period. As you know, the World Health Assembly has just extended that mandate until 2025, so the current program is also extended until 2025. The four main strategic priorities are mentioned here. The document is available for consultation for all those that want to go further in depth into the document. The four main priorities that are established there, the one in green, technical standards and specifications, is implemented through the Department of Health Policies and Standards, directed by my colleague Clevan Dori, and the other three priorities mostly through RPQ. And I say mostly because the work is not done only by WHO, it's done also by a number of reference regulatory authorities, and also by the regulatory authorities from the 194 countries that constitute WHO when we need to deploy. And the current pandemic was a very clear example when we had to deploy vaccines through the COVAX facility to answer the needs to fight COVID-19 from for more than 150 countries, low and medium income countries at the same time. Very important in the discussion today, and before other colleagues go in depth in further details, is to reference the strengthened capacity for regulatory systems, so the assistance that we provide through a voluntary process where the member states engage. We aim, of course, at promoting regulatory cooperation, convergence and transparency through networking, work sharing and reliance to mitigate risks and to protect against substandard and falsified products. Currently, this is the status of play globally. We have a global benchmarking tool that has been implemented since 2016. A number of countries have gone through self-benchmarking, assisted self-benchmarking with the assistance of our team, or official benchmarking done by our team in collaboration with the regional offices, the country offices of WHO, but also certainly with a considerable number of experts from regulatory authorities, active high-level regulatory authorities worldwide. The problem is quite illustrative in this slide. Around 72% of the member states of WHO still don't have a regulatory oversight with the maturity that we aim and with the standards that we aim. Those standards are fixed at what we call ML3 or maturity level 3. That identifies a stable, well-functioning and integrated system. These are more than 260 different sub-indicators for 9 regulatory functions that are evaluated at each regulatory authority in a comprehensive manner. Just to highlight that Nigeria and Egypt were announced as ML3 in March 22, and also that we have a first country with maturity level 4, which went through full assessment, which is Singapore. Since February 28 this year, Singapore attained maturity level 4. We are currently with a very intense work program between the moment we speak until the end of 23. We will have close to 20 countries that will go through official benchmarking, and this of course is not only an intense use of the resources available at WHO, but also an intense use of resources from other stakeholders, including a number of mature regulators that are providing assistance to this process. During the pandemic, we were challenged by the need to do different things at the same time. This is illustrative about the need to discuss the science and evolving science, and this was done in collaboration with the R&D blueprint team inside WHO. We are active participants in that frame, but also the work done inside the department and inside WHO in collaboration with the science division and other stakeholders to define the guidance documents for the technical and scientific assessment, and at the same time a constant and permanent debate and discussion with different regulators to establish the regulatory guidance and standards for the approval of the new vaccines for COVID-19. This was done through a set of informal and formal procedures. I have to mention here the very important contribution coming from the Regulatory Advisory Group at COVAX that is co-chaired by CEPI and WHO, where more than 15 regulatory authorities every month participated in very intense debates. Chatham House rules, but even though very effective, and most of the discussions and arguments established in that informal manner were then important for a number of formal discussions that were made public by ICNR, the International Coalition of Medicines Regulatory Authorities. Here in this slide you have a number of documents that were issued during that period and constitute a remarkable set of coordination from different regulators. As I mentioned before, this is part of the lessons learned through the pandemic. Our regulators can collaborate more, and hopefully this will be learned in the post-pandemic setting, in the general deployment and interaction between WHO and different regulators, which is of course of high interest also for the topic of today's seminar. That deployment materialized in emergency regulatory authorizations issued by more than 150 low and medium income countries or territories. You have here an example of the intense number of regulatory authorizations manufacturers that were approved both for drug substance and drug product, and also looking at the consequences of the UL materializing. So in overall, more than 3,500 national regulatory authorizations issued for more than 150 countries. And this is, I referred before, the intense work provided by reference regulatory authorities, WHO processes, and WHO processes already include regulators from different constituencies through our technical advisory groups and expert committees. So the evaluation of WHO is a very open evaluation with interaction with different regulators and external experts, and then the materialization in terms of the reliance mechanisms being implemented for the national regulatory authorizations in different countries. The way we have also learned how to do this better in the future is somehow materialized in the definition of WLA that was constructed in parallel since 2019 and mostly in 2020 and 2021. There were a number of discussions and committee decisions about WHO listed authorities framework, normally known by the acronym WLA. WLA as a concept note issued in May 2019, a policy document published in 2021, and the operational guidance that is the basis for the declaration in March 2022 of the initial phase of the transitional WLA that will be during 5 years. During those 5 years, 4 main categories of recognized regulatory authorities: the stringent regulatory authorities, the functional authorities for the approval of vaccines, the ML3 and ML4 using the global benchmarking tool, and also the reference regional authorities from the region of the Americas, recognized under PAHO, are constituting that transitional WLA platform that during 5 years will migrate to a final WLA with requirements that are going back to what I explained before, between ML3 and ML4, with a subset of indicators for the 9 regulatory functions that are assessed using the tool. So the main advantages from the listed authorities framework is to enable an efficient use of regulatory resources, to encourage continuous improvement and regulatory convergence, to help procurement decisions, and this is of course very important when we are looking to critical areas like tuberculosis or anti-TB drugs, and contributes also to WHO PQ program in general, fostering a global health equity, participating in the process for giving better health equity, affordable and equitable access to medicines and medical products. The end-to-end management that we consider in our processes means also that we have a number of shared responsibilities between WHO and member states, but it's a life cycle approach. So we don't concentrate on a specific part of the global development process using R&D blueprint specifically and science division of WHO, but using also pharmacovigilance inside our department. We go from end to end in terms of the, I would say, tentative oversight and support to the national oversight of different regulatory authorities. The objective being that we have a well-structured global system that acts with the same regulatory requirements, and that will be those internationally accepted regulatory requirements the basis for access to quality assured medicines in an equitable and affordable way. One of the most important topics that was highlighted during the COVID-19 crisis, and this is also relevant for medicines not only in the TB program but also in different programs, is the unequal distribution of manufacturing capacity. And you can see from this chart, for example, looking at different vaccines that were developed or produced during the current crisis, the lack of manufacturing capacity in larger regions of the world. Africa is certainly, sub-Saharan Africa is certainly one of the most important ones, but not the only one. And this is, of course, being the basis for a number of decisions. Those decisions went through World Health Assembly in 2021, so 74.6, the resolution on local production, establish also a roadmap and a policy that we are implementing through our local production and assistance unit. Part of that is, of course, looking at policies and partnerships, supports at regions and countries for the implementation of the strategies. And at the same time, we have started a small group for technical assistance for pre-qualification that will do during the coming years a huge amount of work in support of manufacturers that don't have the specific capacity to come to pre-qualification or global regulatory authorizations, to be prepared for that part of the process in a completely different way. As you know, under the responsibility of others inside WHO, but also with a strong participation from our department, there's also an engagement in terms of the mRNA hub, and also the biomanufacturing hub, for the first one for technological transfer, the second one for capacity building and training on the biomanufacturing side. All this together makes part of a comprehensive integrated strategy at the level of WHO, establishing, as our motto normally says, that we working together, we want to provide a better world through a reviewed global health security agenda that we need to implement, with the lessons learned, of course, coming from COVID-19. And with this, I will wish all the participants in the current event the best time in terms not only for the presentations but also for debate, which I think is very important. I would love to be involved in those discussions, but the technical issues surrounding the organization, of course, don't allow to do that in a comprehensive manner. I hope that in the future we can have these discussions face to face in the same room like we had before, and with that also personal interaction to look for better solutions for the problems and the challenges that we have been facing for a number of years. From our part, we are engaged, of course, in the continuous improvement of our processes, and this is done through not only our quality management system, but also through the partnership with a huge number of partners. And of course, USP and USAID have been two of the most valuable partners to contribute to that endeavor. To all of you, thank you very much, and my best wishes for the remaining of the current event. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Zakasaiva and Gayaspar. Once again, before I introduce our audience to our fourth and final keynote speaker, I encourage you to attend all 3 days of this conference. Invite your colleagues to attend as well. Learn all that you can learn, and by all means, enjoy the experience. Our fourth and next keynote speaker for this morning, for the event actually, is Dr. Ronald Previncenzi. He has served as Chief Executive Officer of the United States Pharmacopoeia since February 2014. Dr. Previncenzi provides strategic leadership to USP's global staff of over 1,300 across various sites globally, and his transformative vision has launched key USP initiatives in bringing quality across the healthcare spectrum, upholding USP's reputation as a quality leader since its founding in 1820. Please let us welcome Dr. Previncenzi.
Hello, I'm Ron Previncenzi, CEO of the United States Pharmacopoeia. Thank you to Cedar Small Business and Industry Assistance, SBIA, for the invitation to participate in this important conference. USP is proud to collaborate with the FDA, USAID, and WHO in hosting this conference. For more than 200 years, USP has delivered independent scientific public standards that help ensure the quality, safety, and benefit of medicines, and more recently, even foods. These next few days will offer important opportunities to hear from experts across FDA, WHO, and USP about drug approval pathways and application review, with an emphasis on essential TB medicines. In particular, you'll hear from my colleague, Jude Nokiki, who will help share USP's more than 30-year history working with USAID, including our current Promoting the Quality of Medicines Plus, what we call PQM Plus program. The USP and USAID Cooperative PQM Plus program partners locally to help strengthen regulatory systems across more than 22 different countries to ensure the quality of essential medicines in their markets. I would like to especially recognize USAID's Dr. Atul Gawande, FDA's Dr. Janet Woodcock, and the WHO's Dr. Teresa Casellava and Rogerio Gaspar for their contributions in today's conference. Finally, on behalf of the 2,000 USP staff and expert volunteers globally, thank you all for your collaboration.
Hello again, my name is Lieutenant Nora Lem from SBIA, and I will be your host for today's following sessions. Thank you again to all our keynote speakers. It is now my pleasure to introduce our presenters for our initial session. Our first presentation will be by Mr. Jude Nokiki, who will provide an overview of the PQM Plus program. Mr. Nokiki is Vice President and Director of the PQM Plus program and has more than 20 years of experience in strengthening medical products regulation and quality assurance systems. Before joining USP, he was the FDA's liaison working with the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research on the U.S. President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, or PEPFAR, antiretroviral drugs program. Prior to the FDA, he worked with USAID-funded programs at Management Sciences for Health and also served as principal pharmacist for the government of Botswana. The second presentation by Mr. Deus Mubungizi will explain the WHO collaborative procedure for accelerated registration of WHO pre-qualified medicines. Mr. Mubungizi is currently the head of the pre-qualification unit within the Regulation and Pre-qualification Department of the WHO. Prior to joining WHO, he had served as Chief Inspector of Drugs, where he was one of the founder staff of Uganda's National Medicines Regulatory Agency, the National Drug Authority. The next presentation that follows will be by Mr. Hiti Sila to explain how low and middle income countries can benefit from the collaborative registration procedures and ensure timely access to quality assured medicines. Mr. Hiti Silo is current head of Regulation and Safety within the WHO Department of Regulation and Pre-qualification. Before joining WHO, he was the Director General of the Tanzania Food and Drugs Authority. And now, please join me in welcoming our first presenter, Mr. Jude Nokiki.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jude Nokiki. I am Vice President and Director of the Promoting the Quality of Medicines Plus, PQM Plus program here at the United States Pharmacopoeia USP. Thank you for the opportunity to present the overview of the PQM Plus program, the technical areas of our work, accomplishments we've had in the last decade, and then I'll end with a brief comment on the value of USP's collaboration with FDA to host this conference on regulatory best practices for global access to medicines, including TB medicines. I want to start first with this slide that situates PQM Plus in the long history of collaboration between USP and USAID. Over the past 3 decades, exactly 30 years this year, USP has implemented 7 cooperative agreements and extensions in 41 countries in 4 continents. Starting with the Rational Pharmaceutical Management RPM program in 1992 to the current PQM Plus, the partnership with USAID has enabled USP to contribute to strengthening regulatory and quality assurance systems around the world. We are proud of that history and for our role in improving access to quality assured essential medicines to meet global health objectives. The current PQM Plus program was launched in September 2019. It is a cooperative agreement with the goal to sustainably strengthen medical product quality assurance systems in low and middle income countries. PQM Plus has 5 result areas, and that is what we're showing you right now on the screen. And they cut across improving governance for medical product quality assurance systems, improve country and regional regulatory systems, optimize resources for medical product quality assurance, support manufacturers to improve supply of quality assured essential products. And the 5th result area is to advance learning agenda for global medical products quality assurance. So I'll use the next slide to provide you some quick insights on a select few of the accomplishments of PQM Plus and the predecessor PQM program in the following areas of regulatory system strengthening, where I'll use the support we provide to countries to progress towards WHO maturity level 3 as an example. I also speak about the support to quality control laboratories using the attainment of ISO standard ISO 17025 accreditation and or WHO pre-qualification of quality control laboratories as an example. And then in the 3rd column, where I'll be speaking about the support to manufacturers to produce according to international quality standards and secure WHO pre-qualification of their products or approval after stringent agency review. So within these 3 areas, it's important as you look at the regulatory support, where we work with regulatory authorities towards maturity level 3, which signifies a well-functioning and integrated regulatory system. Within that work stream, PQM Plus provides technical assistance to 11 countries across 9 regulatory functional areas. Our particular highlight here is the market authorization capacity, which we are supporting 6 countries on, and I have made bold on your screen. And then our support to 91 laboratories in 16 countries has helped them to build their capacity to generate reliable test results that they use both in pre-approval of products to test products before they're approved in their countries, or for purposes of post-marketing surveillance to support their effort to contain substandard and falsified medicines. And then on that 3rd column, we've provided support to literally hundreds of manufacturers in 15 countries who achieved 40 WHO pre-qualification and stringent review and approval of key global health medicines, including 27 TB medicines. As noted in the previous slide, one of the main areas of PQM Plus support to countries is in market authorization. In the course of our work, we have identified the huge value of reliance on the work of the much more resourced agencies. We encourage countries to rely on the work of resourced agencies and on the work of the WHO pre-qualification process. Regulatory review, as you all know, is a resource-intensive undertaking where the cost of application fee for new products can be, in some instances, as much as $3.5 million. Such cost is too high to be duplicated. FDA review experience is treasured. It's treasured amongst most low and middle income countries. And the review work products can be highly valuable and instructive to less resourced agencies as they engage in their own approval. Like the public assessment reports, which most mature regulatory agencies put out, and indeed can be argued to be public goods that low and middle income countries should rely on. So with that, I would say that this FDA USP conference provides reliance opportunities when these low and middle income country reviewers listen to the experiences of FDA reviewers, there may be an opportunity for them to gain a lot, to understand your considerations before you got the product approved, and what are the main areas to pay special attention to. And this opportunity extends also in building capacity of low and middle income countries as they engage in review and timely approval of products that are new in the market for disease conditions that are of high burden in their countries. So as I leave you at the end of these initial remarks, I want to show you this quote by Dr. Moeti, who is a WHO Regional Director for Africa, and use this last comment to really express my immense gratitude to the FDA, CIDA, Small Business and Industry Assistance activities and programs, and especially to Dr. Brenda Studat for collaborating with my team at United States Pharmacopeia and the PQM Plus program to host this conference. I really treasure this opportunity, and I hope that you will find it very informative, and the experiences, the knowledge out of it will support you as you engage in your own review activities in your respective countries. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful conference. Over.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Deus Mubangizi, the Unit Head for Pre-Qualification in the Regulation and Pre-Qualification Department at WHO Headquarters, Geneva. Today, I'll talk to you about the WHO Pre-Qualification Program and its impact on global access to quality assured health products. And in particular, I'll talk to you on what pre-qualification is and why it was put in place, the process, requirements, and standards used in pre-qualification, the benefits and impact of pre-qualification, and I'll conclude with some take-home messages. Under the WHO Global Benchmarking Program, regulatory authorities are classified into maturity levels 1 to 4, and level 3 is considered a level at which the authority will assure its population of quality assured medicines and protect the population from harmful effects that may result from health products. Based on this model and the data from WHO, to date, over 70% of the member states have regulatory authorities at a maturity level less than 3. That means the majority of the countries cannot assure their countries, their populations of quality assured medicines. WHO has designed a number of interventions to address this, and these could be summarized into two broad groups. One is to strengthen the capacity, the regulatory capacity of the countries through the system of regulatory systems strengthening, and that is led by my colleague Hiti Silo, who will present after this. The process of regulatory system strengthening takes time and requires enormous resources and a lot of political will. Therefore, it takes time. However, these countries need, in the meantime, to access quality assured medicines, and a number of global, regional, and national interventions have been put in place to ensure that these countries do receive quality assured medicines through global funds and also international procurement that ensures that these countries receive quality assured products. The pre-qualification program has been put in place as a quality assurance mechanism for these global and regional and national procurement processes, as we work together with the countries to strengthen their regulatory systems. Therefore, pre-qualification program aims to ensure access to key health products that meet global standards of quality, safety, and efficacy or performance in order to optimize health resources and improve health outcomes. To date, over 1,500 products have been pre-qualified and have assisted countries in improving their public health in low and medium income countries. In fact, pre-qualification has become a trusted and reputed symbol for safety, quality, and efficacy across a number of stakeholders. Pre-qualification therefore responded to the various needs of the procurement agencies at the global level, but also of member states. And this was aimed at creating quality assured, probably by creating and applying quality assured mechanisms. If we see across, creation of pre-qualification goes way back as 1987, when WHO and member states were promoting an expanded program for immunization against several killer diseases, and the global community tasked UNICEF and PAHO to procure vaccines and deliver them to member states. In order to identify sources of quality assured vaccines, the pre-qualification for vaccines started in 1987 and has since supported a number of national immunization programs with a lot of impact on health. Come 2000, with the development of the Millennium Development Goals and a number of targets, there was need for quality assurance mechanisms for products that were needed to meet the targets for combating HIV, AIDS, TB, and malaria in Millennium Development Goal 6, combating and reducing maternal health, and then infant mortality. The pre-qualification of medicines started in order to address and identify products that could be used in these programs to meet the Millennium Development Goal targets. And that started in 2001, shortly after the declaration of the Millennium Development Goals. It's well known that for a number of infectious diseases, like HIV and AIDS, in order to initiate treatment and also to monitor the impact of treatment, you need appropriate and effective and diagnostic tools. And therefore, no wonder that shortly after that, the pre-qualification of in vitro diagnostics started, taking on from the HIV testing kit evaluation that had started in 1988. With the effective performance of the three pre-qualification programs, the Director General of WHO then in 2017 directed that the WHO pesticide evaluation scheme that evaluated pesticides and insecticide-treated nets against malaria be transformed into a pre-qualification program in order to achieve the same objectives and efficiencies and effectiveness that had been noted with the other pre-qualification program. So, in short, the various pre-qualification programs or sections of the pre-qualification unit did start at the requests of member states and international agencies to respond to the needs of quality assurance for products to meet national, international, and global program needs. Right from the beginning, it was important to focus the pre-qualification program to the needs of the countries and therefore placing countries at the center. And in order to achieve this, the mission of the pre-qualification program was designed as a collaborative cooperation with the national regulatory agencies and partner organizations as a collaborative effect. This was important that we do things not for the countries, but with the countries, so that there is ownership, there's broad-based input, there's mutual trust, but also there is capacity building across running for all organizations that take place. And it's no wonder that we have seen that pre-qualification has had impact on capacity building of regulatory systems in low and medium income countries. For example, for medicines, every other month, over 50 experts gather in Copenhagen before COVID and virtually during COVID to assess applications submitted for pre-qualification. And out of these, 35 or more are from low and medium income countries, and approximately 15 are from well-resourced national medicines regulatory authorities. And these work together through peer review and provide inputs from across the regions of the world, and also through peer review and training have impacted on the capacity of these regulators that participate, who are across the region. And therefore, what difference does pre-qualification make? We know now from various studies that it has enabled a large donor-funded market size of approximately $3.5 billion of quite assured health products. And these are indeed supporting that are procured through international procurement, regional procurement, and also national procurement, and therefore providing access to quite assured health products. Because of the focus on products that are needed in low and medium income countries, it has helped ensure products that are developed for low and medium income countries, meaning that these products are appropriate for use in the population for which they are intended and are not negatively affected by the conditions of the environment in which they may be handled, either transported, used, or even stored. So the programmatic suitability focus of the pre-qualification program has enabled that products of appropriate use that are appropriate to the environments in the low and medium income countries are developed, evaluated, and accessible. Pre-qualification also plays an important role in guiding product innovation and other state development. UNICEF did highlight a gap between child-friendly formulations and dosages for TB, and this was included in the expression of interest for pre-qualification, and this provided incentives. This combination of an invitation and the need expressed by UNICEF provided an incentive for the development of pediatric TB formulations, and these have been developed, evaluated, and authorized, first of all listed through pre-qualification and authorized at the national level in record time, thanks to the pre-qualification program and its partners. Through participation in pre-qualification, we have seen development, and raising capacity of manufacturing standards in low and medium income countries. And we see that the proportion of medicines and vaccines that are used across the world and indeed included in pre-qualification program has steadily increased and forms a significant proportion of the products that are used in these countries. And in fact, we see that pre-qualification tends to be used by generic manufacturers as a leverage, as a ladder, eventually to launch into high-income markets. So, pre-qualification has been a tool for innovation, a tool for access, a tool for creation of health, quality assured health products. If I may cite one article that was produced way back in January 2014, but still valid today, even with more achievements. We've seen the heading of this article is very compelling. A quiet revolution in global public health, the World Health Organization's pre-qualification of medicines program. It was cited as a quiet revolution in global public health. And we've seen that, first of all, through its collaborative approach and interaction between regulatory authorities of low and medium income countries and high income countries, this provided the legitimacy of the decisions that are made, that are part of the decisions from this collaboration and from the solid and transparent procedures and standards that are used. We also, this article cites that pre-qualification has led to saving lives and saving money, where a study of over 13,000 ARV procurements between 2002 and 2008, 5 pre-qualified products constituted over 98% of the ARVs purchased in 2004-2006. This saw pre-qualification indeed turned into actual purchases and actual access. And we're saying that not only did it result into access to save life, but we also saw that the price of those ARVs reduced from around $500 per person per month to less than $100 per person per month in 2008, thus saving money and also making sure that more patients can be covered with the resources that are available. Pre-qualification has also been seen as a tool for capacity building for national regulatory authorities, but also for manufacturers, promoting harmonization and convergence. It provides a hands-on training through participation in assessments and inspection, therefore providing peer training that is, we know that is known to be very effective, hands-on peer training. Pre-qualification also provides rotational fellowship where regulators from low and medium income countries are embedded for 3 to 4 months within the pre-qualification program, learning and working along with pre-qualification experts. And so far, approximately close to 50 experts have gone through this fellowship. Pre-qualification also runs very popular training programs, initially aimed, of course, for assessors, developing a pool of assessors for pre-qualification, but has become a capacity building tool for regulators across the world. And the 14th quality assessment training took place in June 2012 this year, and the first 4 biotherapeutic products and biosimilars took place also in June. There is also an annual program, an annual workshop for manufacturers, and the 5th will take place in September, and also the 2nd for focusing on biotherapeutics and biosimilars will also take place in September. Pre-qualification, based on its experience in assessments by regulators from across the globe, has supported regional joint assessments, especially in the East African community and the Southern community in the collection called Zazibona, and thus promoting working together beyond legal jurisdictions, facilitating interpretation of requirements beyond national level at the international level, and also the tools used in pre-qualification have facilitated harmonization. For example, it led to the development of what I have coined an international comparator, where such comparators are used in bioequivalence studies, then that become accepted across the globe, thus reducing the need for multiple bioequivalence studies that result into costs and delay access to such products. The other tool that has been adopted is the quality information summary that was initially developed to facilitate inspectors to verify information submitted in the dossier while on site. But this has also become a verification tool for sameness under the collaborative procedure that is not only used for pre-qualified product, but is also a tool used for collaborative procedure for stringent regulatory authority products that go through the collaborative procedure. So pre-qualification has been a model for harmonization. Pre-qualification uses standard procedures and targets a specific scope of products that are defined by the WHO technical departments and listed on the website in the form of invitations for expression of interest, or the so-called EOIs. Any manufacturer who is interested, especially in pre-qualification and accessing donor-funded programs, is free to apply, and so it's a voluntary process. And once the applications are received, they go through the standard classical evaluation process of screening, dossier assessment, site inspections, and as appropriate, lab performance evaluation. When these processes are concluded with a positive outcome, the product is listed, and the assessment and inspection reports are also published on the website. This pre-qualification does not stop here, but continues to maintain and monitor the listed products, and also ensuring through collaborative procedure and sharing of information that these products are authorized by member states for use at the national level. And we, through appropriate tools, are able to share unredacted reports to member states so that they can use them in facilitating and accelerating the evaluation and authorization of products at the national level. Through monitoring, we continue to evaluate variations, annual reports, and in some cases requalification every 5 years, and continue to inspect sites and monitor and investigate market complaints that may also be supported by special inspections. For medicines, The current scope includes latest including COVID-19 products, products used against the following therapeutic groups: COVID-19, diarrhea diseases, Ebola virus disease, hepatitis B and C, HIV/AIDS, infections in newborn and young infants and childhood pneumonia, influenza, malaria, neglected tropical disease, reproductive health, tuberculosis. And this list is equally reflected on the pre-qualification of active pharmaceutical ingredients. These lists are dynamic, and products, depending on the change and evolution of treatment guidelines, new products are added and others are removed. And this is a dynamic process and may happen very frequently for certain disease therapeutic groups, but sometimes not so frequent with other therapeutic groups. As you've noted, that pre-qualification is evaluating for global access. So it's important that the tools, the guidelines, the standards, the requirements that are used are tuned towards this. And the use of the WHO guidelines that go through the expert committees and go through a process of international consultation ensures that indeed there is input into these norms and standards through a global consultation that then therefore helps shape to ensure that the guidelines, the products that are evaluated using these international guidelines have wide applicability across the globe. There are largely two paths through which products may be included in the list of pre-qualification. One is pre-qualification of generic products, which is mainly through food assessment, and there WHO is responsible for the full review and assessment of dossiers and inspection of sites that are involved in the manufacturing and testing of such products. Such products are eligible for collaborative procedure once pre-qualified, because we have full reports that we can share with member states who would like to use to facilitate and accelerate their authorization at the national level. The other pathway is pre-qualification of generics and innovators that have been approved by stringent regulatory authority. In this pathway, we actually do not reinvent the wheel. We pass them through the abridged pathway where we recognize the assessment done by those and only focus on two aspects. One, verification of sameness, that this is the same product that has been assessed and approved and marketed in the high-income countries or in the market of the overseen by the stringent regulatory authorities, but also that certain aspects that of relevance to low medium income countries that may not have been relevant for the assessment at the stringent regulatory authority, they are assessed. For example, stability for zone 4 and other aspects of labeling and transportation, that international market transportation that is needed to ensure these products reach low and medium income countries when they are still of good quality, safe and efficacious. Of course, we also recognize other assessments like the USFDA PEPFAR program, EMA Article 58 approvals, and other like the Health Canada Global Access Program. For pre-qualification, we use the modular format of the ISH Common Technical Document with certain specific requirements for pre-qualification, the quality overall summary for the finished product, for the product dossier, is modified for pre-qualification purposes, again aimed at structuring it to facilitate either exchange and sharing of information. There is a new form, the Quality Information Summary, that is specific again to pre-qualification. As I said, was developed initially to facilitate key summary information that need to be verified during inspection, but has become a tool for verification of sameness during collaborative procedure, not only of pre-qualified products, but also those that are stringently approved by stringent regulatory authority. And the guidelines, more guidelines can be found in Annex 15 on how to submit to pre-qualification. The main requirements relate to quality part of the dossier, both for the active pharmaceutical ingredient and the finished product, and this should be submitted according to the technical report series 970 Annex 4. And for safety and efficacy, usually based on bioequivalent study data or where applicable, biopharmaceutical classification scheme, biowaivers whose requirements are defined in technical report series 1003 Annex 6. And for clinical data, if the COVID indication is yet to be approved by stringent regulatory authority, that also we will use these products. We will need to look at the clinical data of these products. Of course, we verify the GMP status for active ingredients and pharmaceutical, the finished product, and also ensure that the products have been developed and tested and accepted GMP, good clinical practice guidelines. And we also undertake activities to maintain the pre-qualification status of the products through evaluating variations and also requalification and handling complaints. For full assessment, we, the chemistry manufacturing control requirements are summarized in section 3.2, where PQ specific aspects are handled. For example, we accept API information through pre-qualified APIs assessed by the EDQM with a certificate of suitability through a DMF procedure, which we call APMF, and also we may accept data just put in the dossier in the CTD format without having a DMF or a separate API that is pre-qualified or approved by EDQM. Only established experience should be used, and stability of minimum 2 batches are required, and our focus is that we accept accelerated studies of 30 to 75% relative humidity and 30 degrees centigrade and 75 relative humidity for long-term studies. And for that, at the time of submission, we expect 6-month accelerated data and 6-month long-term stability data. For COVID, less than 6-month data was acceptable, and updated is submitted and assessed on a rolling submission basis. This is again a reflection of how API information could be accepted, either through full data, CEP from EDQM, APMF procedure, or pre-qualified API that may lead to a list of pre-qualified products, but also used in the assessment of finished product that utilize such APIs. We have produced guidance for designing bioequivalence studies, and these are available on the website and through the reports of the expert committees, but also there are specific guidance that have been found or that have been developed by pre-qualification, and they are available on the website. These notes on the design of bioequivalence studies are specific to individualized APIs and that are involved in including the expression of interest, and they are based on the best information that is available to pre-qualification and are updated from time to time. To date, over 70 guidances, such guidances are available, and we advise applicants to always check to the most dated notes for the design of bioequivalence studies when planning bioequivalence study. We have also produced guidance on biowaivers, on how when biowaivers may be eligible or granted, and this could be based on the biopharmaceutics classification system, or it may be also based on an additional strength, and the guidance details on this are available on the website on the links provided. Once the assessment is complete and the products are listed, the assessment reports and inspection reports are published on the website, of course, providing the summary of what has been evaluated and the scope that is covered, of course, excluding and protecting confidential and proprietary information. Inspections are conducted to ensure there is a proper design, monitoring, and control of manufacturing processes and facilities, to ensure that products to identify quality and purity of products by requiring adequate control of manufacturing operations, also to ensure that there is adequate methods to prevent and systems to prevent contamination, mix-up, deviations, failures, and errors. This is achieved through existence of strong quality management systems, use of appropriate quality raw materials, and robust operating procedures, and also methods to detect and investigating product deviations, but also maintaining reliable testing laboratories, especially in this era of data integrity and manipulation. Inspection of manufacturing sites is also conducted across all the sites, APIs, drug substances, finished products, and clinical research organizations. And in case of the abridged procedure, we may use a desk review where we rely on inspections conducted by stringent regulatory authorities. And the current GMP status of the products that are approved, of the sites for products that are used, approved through the abridged way, is verified before the product is listed on the website. In short, the fast track to pre-qualification is assured by a good quality dossier at submission, but also prompt, complete, and good quality responses to the questions that are raised by pre-qualification throughout the process. As I said, we don't only stop at pre-qualification, but also maintaining through evaluation of variation and requalification and periodic inspections and quality surveys. Pre-qualification provides support to applicants through a number of measures. For example, there are detailed guidelines on the website, including a model dossier, additional product and therapeutic area specific guidance, bioequivalence design advice for most of the invited products, and review of study protocols, prompt response to questions and requests for clarification, face-to-face or virtual meetings, at any stage of the process, and pre-submission meetings are encouraged to help for all new applicants to help them resolve critical issues before submission. And our sister unit with the local production assistance does provide technical assistance to manufacturers who are submitting or intend to submit a pre-qualification that may have certain challenges in that area. And we also have certain market-related information on the website. All of this is aimed to support applicants in their process of application, evaluation, and maintenance of pre-qualification. Specific aspects considered during pre-qualification include ensure that there is a general understanding, that is process and product knowledge, understand the production processes and quality control methods. There's product consistency at the commercial scale, that we ensure that the products will be consistent to produce the same quality. And one of the tools is to ensure that they are manufactured under compliance with the GMP. And also, we'll also focus on special requirements that are in the WHO requirements, but also the UN tender specific issues like labels and inserts and packaging. We look at specific programmatic suitability issues that are relevant to low and medium income countries, and also make sure that the clinical data is relevant to the population of low and medium income countries. Once these products are listed, they are available for authorization and use at the country level, and through the collaborative procedure, we do share pre-qualification reports and both assessment reports and inspection, and where appropriate testing reports to facilitate and accelerate authorization at the country level. My colleague will talk more about the pre-qualification, the collaborative registration procedure. But I would just like to highlight that ever since we started pre-qualification and the collaborative procedure, the highest number of products that have gone through the collaborative procedure and the shortest timelines for pre-qualification have been realized with pre-qualified products compared to stringent regulatory authorities. So we are under the strategic plan for WHO to strengthen regulatory systems, and that follows the global program of work of WHO that runs from 2019 to 2020. There was an aim to expand the scope of pre-qualification, and the mechanisms through which this is being done is to expand the abridged assessment of products approved by WHO-listed authorities. As this expands, so we'll have more authorities to rely on in order to have pre-qualified products, and therefore can enable us bring capacity to expand the scope of pre-qualification. We're also looking at the joint assessments that are done by different regions, and those, once quality assured products assessed through these will be included, will be considered for inclusion in the list of pre-qualified products, so as to have that global access and global market access. We have also looked at the mechanisms to exist. The evaluation of new products, especially those developed with special focus on low and medium income countries and emergencies. And in this, we have worked on what we call CRP Lite with USFDA, where USFDA shares their reports with pre-qualification, and we are able to accelerate our assessment and generate our reports that we can then share with member states. This is, of course, to overcome the legal hurdles USFDA has with sharing their reports with third parties. And we also collaborating with the European Union Article 58 and Swiss Marketing Authorization for Global Health Products to assess products that are new products that are of focus for low and medium income countries. We have also expanded risk-based approaches for products not yet stringently assessed, that's not yet pre-qualified or approved by stringent regulatory authorities, but required for meeting immediate short-term needs. And this is done through the expanded expert review panels for medicines and diagnostics, but also recently for emergency use listing that started with Ebola, Zika, polio, and now for COVID, and is being discussed for monkeypox. Why expand? Well, we saw that over 70% of the countries do not have a mature regulatory systems, and the WHO program of work has recognized that it will continue supporting availability of quality assured generic products through the pre-qualification program. And this is embedded in the WHO strategic plan for improving regulatory systems. We've seen the impact of pre-qualification, as I said, over $3.5 billion market has been enabled. And a study by McKinsey indicated that for every dollar invested in the pre-qualification process, the return of investment is up to $40. So there's a good return on investment. And indeed, most donors and implementing partners do recognize that pre-qualification approvals are equivalent to stringent regulatory authorities. And because of the increased access to quality assured products at reasonable prices, the savings that accrue have contributed to putting more patients, up to 400 million more patients, to access quality assured medicines. And through collaborative procedure, well, countries have been able to accelerate access to medicines through accelerated approval timelines compared to pre-CRP registrations. To summarize, pre-qualification covers a specific scope of products and therapeutic groups and has contributed to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and universal health coverage, and facilitates access to quality assured priority health products. It is recognized by WHO program of work, and which has committed to continue supporting the pre-qualification as a tool to improve access of quality assured products by member states. And it's already designed as a global, to enhance WHO global leadership, because it's recognized as a stamp of quality, and it's driving impact at the country level by doing it with the countries, not only for the countries, but doing it with the countries, having an impact on capacity building and promoting convergence and facilitating reliance. We see that there is a good focus on the requirements and the needs of low, medium, and medium countries. Take-home messages here is that pre-qualification has responded to the needs of member states and contributed to objectives and targets of Millennium Development Goals and Sustainable Development Goals. The WHO Global Program of Work recognizes continued need for pre-qualification, which needs to evolve. Pre-qualification has been recognized as a stamp of quality and a point of reference for quality assurance for UN, international, regional, and national procurement. And pre-qualification has been an instrument in building national capacity for manufacture, regulation, and monitoring of medicines, promoting harmonization and convergence. And it does, pre-qualification has put in place measures to improve sustainability and transparency, and pre-qualification is evolving and adapting to the needs of the time and the future. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Hiti Silo. I'm the Unit Head Regulation and Safety from the WHO Department of Regulation and Pre-Qualification. My presentation will focus on the latest updates on WHO collaborative registration procedure for WHO pre-qualified medicines and the impact of this work in accelerating registration in countries, but also, more importantly, the timely access to quality-assured medicines in those countries. So as I start, and as most of the participants of this meeting will agree with me that access to medical products is a global challenge. And of course, again, good health cannot be achieved if there's no access to quality assured medical products. And there are several reasons as to why there's limited access to the much needed, particularly essential medicines in LMICs. The reasons are several, and they could also include limited or insufficient or inadequate regulatory capacity by the national regulatory authorities, but also lack of collaboration and work sharing between countries across our 6 WHO regions. So these are some of the reasons or factors that do contribute to limited access to essential medicines in countries. So the question is what WHO is doing to address the capacity gaps. Now, especially in view of the fact that we have been mandated under Resolution 6720 that did recognize a strong capacity of national regulatory authorities as an essential component of any well-functioning healthcare system. So you also see here on the slide that as we speak today, a majority of our member states, actually almost 70% of them, have weak regulatory capacities, and we are talking about only over 50 countries, or specifically 56 countries, that are operating with regulatory capacities that are stable and well-functioning, equivalent to what we call GBT, or Global Benchmarking Tool, mature level 3 and 4. This also includes the current list of stringent regulatory authorities. So WHO has been implementing for the past 3 decades the WHO Regulatory System Strengthening Program, working with partners, working with mature agencies to identify what are the capacity gaps using the global benchmarking tool, and also, of course, what are the strengths that can actually be used in those countries to ensure that there's access to safe, effective, and quality-assured medical products. Following the identification of the gaps through benchmarking, we are actually supporting countries to build the capacity, including training, and some of you are aware that WHO has also come with a global competency framework, which has been in pilot in a few countries, and it's now out for comments, and hoping that this will also inform our capacity building work, complementing the work that is done using the global benchmarking tool. In the context of this meeting, the most important work that WHO is doing to ensure that countries have are able to authorize products that have met the international standards of quality and safety is promoting smart regulation. This is actually promoting implementation of good regulatory and reliance practices, as you will see in the next slides. So the WHO did publish last year 2 important tools, good regulatory practices guidelines, but also good reliance practices guidelines. These were both published last year. They are important tools in guiding countries where to put resources, but also how do we introduce smart principles of ensuring that there's the needed capacity or mechanism to ensure that products that are authorized for use in a country meet the required standards of quality and safety as defined by WHO or other mature agencies. But most important in the area of reliance is actually promoting international collaboration, but also ensuring that the principles of good reliance practices are applied by countries to ensure that the limited resources and expertise is actually used where it has the greatest impact. So the question before us, and which is actually central to WHO coming with the collaborative registration procedure, is how to transfer and translate the regulatory information from trusted sources, in this case, stringent regulatory authorities, but also WHO pre-qualification, to countries that have limited capacity in order for those countries to ensure there's expedited approval of those products in their respective markets. The same resolution I have referred in the previous slides also did recognize that if the national regulatory system is weak, then that system itself is actually a barrier because it's inefficient in terms of the processes, it is not transparent, and therefore there will be delays in approval of products that are needed by the people. So WHO pre-qualification and approval by SRIs provide a good basis for informed national decision making. But the question is that how do these products get quickly to those who need them? But also how do we ensure there's continued supply of quality assured products, even post-approval in the countries? So the collaborative registration procedure is a good example of reliance in facilitating in-country regulatory approval of medical products. And of course, you see here on the slide the numbers as of this month for medicines and vaccines for products that are pre-qualified, but also the number of countries that are participating under the stringent regulatory authorities collaborative registration procedure. And of course, also for IVDs. There are three pathways that WHO has been advocating and supporting countries that they implement these procedures and pathways: the collaborative registration procedure for pre-qualified products, but also the collaborative registration procedure for SRIs, and of course, regional regulatory harmonization initiatives and networks. That particularly takes the example of the African continent, where the countries through their regional economic communities are actually implementing the NMRA program, including joint assessments and joint inspections. The same is also happening in the ASEAN countries. But in the case of CRP for pre-qualified products, but also CRP for SRIs, you see that we have been into this business all the way from 2004 for vaccines, and for medicines, which is of relevant to this meeting, from 2012. The CRP was introduced, SRI was introduced in 2015. Now already 32 NRAs in Africa are subscribing to this mechanism. Implementation of facilitated registration pathways requires, observe some key principles. The first one is that this is a voluntary process. It is voluntary to countries, it's voluntary to industry, but in the context that there are potential benefits, there are proved benefits in terms of accelerating access. We see that a number of countries, as you'll see in the next slides, have been subscribing and actually signing to the collaborative registration procedure. Product and registration dossier in countries are the same as pre-qualified, as those that are pre-qualified by WHO or approved by an SRI. The same, confidential information that is shared with the NRAs is also in facilitating their national decision is done in exchange for accelerated registration process. So this information is shared with the expectation that the countries will actually use the outcome of the assessments as they have received the same documentation submitted to SRIs or submitted to pre-qualification to expedite their national approval processes. Harmonized product status is actually monitored and maintained, including by post-approval or post-registrations. So overall, implementation of a collaborative registration procedure, be it for SRIs or pre-qualified products, focuses on patients. And it's a win-win situation for national regulatory agencies, for the WHO, for the manufacturers, but most importantly, for those who bring products to the people, the procurers, because of the efficiencies. The other benefits for the NRAs are clearly articulated on this slide here. Same data submitted to SRIs or to WHO, but also to the NRAs. Access to assessment and inspection reports, feedback to WHO on the pre-qualification process, but also beneficial on our side in the sense that the output of the work of WHO pre-qualification program has immediate benefit to the countries in terms of accessing the quality assured products for their populations. The work of implementing CRP is guided by WHO norms and standards, and the technical report series of 996 published in 2016, and particularly Annex 8, the outcome of the WHO Expert Committee recommendations, clearly articulates what are the principles of collaboration, what steps need to be followed for post-pre-qualification, and as well as post-registration variations in countries, and of course other regulatory actions in case of some observations with the products on the market. So all these details are provided in this technical report series that countries are actually using as a guidance and tool to facilitate implementation of CRP at the country level. So in summary here, you see on this slide that through implementation of CRP, we are avoiding duplications. We are actually reducing burden both to the industry but also to the regulators. The CRP implementation also has provisions for taking into account the country context in terms of benefit risk before they take decisions. The ultimate goal is that there's timely access of quality assured products in countries, and that the resources that should have otherwise been used to assess products that have already received a scientific and rigorous assessment from mature agencies or from pre-qualification will be now used by the countries to provide oversight for products that have not been assessed elsewhere, but also for functions that reliance principles do not apply, particularly the post-market surveillance, for example, to ensure adherence of quality standards when the products are on the market, including supply chain integrity. This slide is showing you the overview of the process on the part of WHO, on the part of SRIs, and of course on the part of the relying NRA in terms of submission of the documentation, but also assessment, review and then quick approval of products for use in the country. This slide is giving us the current number of names, specific names of the countries as of this month that have actually subscribed to. They've also, they are actually in agreement with WHO in implementation of CRP for pre-qualified products across a number of therapeutic categories, as we'll see in the next slide. So this slide is, of course, a further elaboration of the previous slide in terms of the participating countries, but also the registrations and submissions. You see that in the case of pre-qualified medicines and vaccines, we are talking about 1,400 submissions and a total of 717 registrations for medicines, involving over 280 medicines. And of course, we also have the 200 submissions and 80 registrations involving 33 medicines for SRI CRP. So major milestones in the last few years, and we are hoping that with the current advocacy activities that are undertaken, we are expecting that more manufacturers and more NRAs that are relying on the outcome of PQ will actually sign into this procedure, and therefore increasing the number of products that get approved in countries as quickly as possible. This slide is particularly on the timelines. The target here is 90 days to review and approve to approve, to register actually pre-qualified products in countries. And so as we speak, with these 700 products that have been so far received registration in countries, have been as reviewed and assessed on average in less than 90 days, which is the target time frame, as you can see on the slide. Only few cases that the few products have gone beyond 90 days, but otherwise overall, this process has been in line with the allocated, with the expected time frame. And the timelines that we are showing here is both for an NRI, but also for the applicant. So quite an efficient process. This, I think, is more important for this meeting because we are showing here the numbers by therapeutic categories, the number of medicines, that have been registered after they have been pre-qualified by WHO. The largest being antiretrovirals, over 360, and over 160 for TB. Products, malaria, 100, over slightly over 100. Of course, the other numbers there on the screen for other therapeutic categories. So this is my last slide in the interest of time. That I have some few comments here. One, that we all agree here that access is actually a challenge that is shared by all of us, by the regulators, by the governments, by stringent regulatory authorities, but also the relying national regulatory authorities and the industry. And that we all need to work together to ensure that we do whatever we can is in our capacity to accelerate access to much needed and safe quality assured products in countries. Secondly, it's also a fact that regardless of the size, and this was also part of my previous slides on the on implementation of good regulatory practices principles, that no regulator can do the work alone. They need to work with others. They need to share information where information is available, make use of that information and take decisions to ensure that the products are in the countries, in the hands of the patients who are actually waiting for quality assured and safe medical products. The third comment, concluding remark from my side, is that the future of medical products regulation is actually on convergence, on collaboration, on harmonization, on networking, on work sharing, based on the principles of reliance and trust. And of course, the publication of WHO guidelines on reliance last year actually provides proper guidance for countries that are relying and that are being relied by others to facilitate in-country approvals. And lastly, CRP has actually indeed proved to be one of the solid examples of enhancing access of quality assured and safe medical products in NMRAs, and we all need to work together to ensure that this excellent program remains relevant and remains successful in the coming years. So with this, I want to thank you again for the opportunity to invite me in particular, but also to invite WHO to be part of this important meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for the great presentations. We will now begin our first question and answer panel. The first question, we will answer as many questions as time allows. Our first questions will go to Mr. Deus Mabangagizi. First question, at what point does a pre-qualified health product become qualified?
Thank you very much for this excellent question. I think these terminologies have caused confusion. The word pre-qualification actually does not carry the English meaning, but was a terminology that was adopted in order to differentiate it from a national authorization. Since WHO is not a national regulator, neither a global regulator, we did not want to use marketing authorization or licensing because we are not a regulator, and adopted the term pre-qualification. So there's nothing that there will be qualification after pre-qualification. It's just a terminology. It's similar to a marketing authorization or licensing given by country, but we could not use that because WHO is not a regulatory body, neither is the global regulatory body. Over. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that response. Another question for you, Mr. Diaz. Is an inspection of clinical centers that are responsible for bioequivalence studies needed to pre-qualify for an FPP?
Yes, when bioequivalence studies are used to support the efficacy of a generic product, as part of the evaluation process, WHO inspects the clinical centers, usually a clinical research organization or contract research organization that are used to conduct these studies. They are inspected not during the time of the actual conduct of the bioequivalence study, but usually after, and both the clinical site and the laboratory where the bioanalysis are conducted are inspected for compliance with good clinical practices and good laboratory practices. Over.
Thank you so much for that answer. And we have one more question for you. If a sponsor provides a SRA approval or under EMA Article 58 procedure for a new medicine in the EOI, does WHO repeat the safety and efficacy assessment?
So thank you again for this question. You know, WHO, as you have heard from our colleague, promotes reliance, and we practice what we preach. When a product has been efficiently and stringently assessed by a stringent regulatory body, we don't repeat the aspects that have been assessed. And particularly clinical studies and safety will have been assessed at that level. We will not assess them, except, and I use the word except, in exceptional circumstances where, for example, we may think that there may be unique aspects related to the clinical, to the populations in low and medium income countries that may not have been assessed. Those are the aspects we will look at. But practically and primarily, we rely on the assessment of clinical and safety that has been done by the stringent regulatory authority, either under Article 58 or by other agencies like USFD and others. Over.
All right, thank you so much for that response. Now we'll move over to a question for Mr. Hiti Silo. If the regulatory authority is at ML3, is PQP needed?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question, and I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
So, the mature level 3 is actually a requirement for vaccines pre-qualification, that a country where a vaccine is produced is actually required to be operating at maturity level 3, which is equivalent to a stable, well-functioning, and integrated regulatory system for a vaccine produced by manufacturer in that country to actually be accepted for assessment by pre-qualification team. So the relationship between maturity level 3 and in pre-qualification program is with regards to pre-qualification vaccines, that maturity level 3 is actually a requirement vaccine to be produced or to qualify if it comes from the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that response. We might have a little trouble with the hernia, there's some connectivity issue. There's a bit of breaking up. So while we try to resolve that, we may go ahead and ask another question for Deus. So Deus, here is a question for you. PQM Plus aims at strengthening regulatory authorities in low and middle income countries and also to promote reliance. Similar initiatives are undertaken by WHO. So how do these initiatives complement each other?
Okay. Actually, this question should have been better answered by my colleague Hitisiro, but I will answer it because we work together and we know each other's work. So in strengthening regulatory authorities, we work with all partners. And in fact, WHO has coined a concept of coalition of interested parties. We believe that we are stronger when we work together. And therefore, as long as we are following the same principles that and supporting regulatory system strengthening based on an institutional development plan that has been developed following benchmarking or assessment of the regulatory system of the country, then different parties can help in supporting the countries in strengthening their regulatory systems. And under coalition of interested parties, we work towards the same institutional development plan to support the countries. And that's where collaboration with USP, PQM Plus is very vital and helpful. And indeed, we do have a program that ensures that that collaboration takes place. And it is indeed a useful complementary and supplementary alliance. Over.
Thank you so much for that response. We'll do another question for you. This is in regard to your presentation. In reference to slide 13, are the same confidentiality criteria applied to PQ submissions as we see when we submit to SRA?
Yes, the simple answer is yes. When an applicant submits information to pre-qualification, a lot of that information is confidential and proprietary, and that we commit not to, of course, to disclose to third parties or to the public because of the proprietary nature. And that level of confidentiality is also kept and maintained by pre-qualification as the same as is done by stringent regulatory authorities. As you heard from my presentation, the independent assessment by McKinsey found that the pre-qualification process is as stringent as other stringent regulatory authorities, not only in the assessment of in the stringency of assessment, but also in the principles that are followed and standards that are followed, and also processes, including confidentiality. I think I would only say that in collaboration with, of course, the applicant, if there is a matter of public health, we are obliged, and it's covered in our confidentiality agreement, we are obliged to inform the respective member states in order to have appropriate information to address any issue that may be life-threatening. Otherwise, all confidential agreements are maintained and adhered to. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that response. We'll try one more question for Hiti. Is the CRP to replace the PQP?
The simple answer is no. Actually, as I said in the presentation, the outcome of the PQ work is actually what we convey to the countries to expedite national authorization of pre-qualified products. So the source, I mean, the documentation that the regulatory authorities in relying countries, the countries that are actually implementing CRP do come from pre-qualification. So the stronger the PQ, the stronger the collaborative registration procedure. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Looks like that is all the questions we have time for now. Thank you again to all our presenters and all the excellent information. We will now take a 10-minute break. Enjoy the break. Welcome back from the break. Now we'll move on to our next presentations. Our next presentation by Drs. Michelle Lamoli and Gopa Rachowdhury will highlight various key international and regional initiatives that promote regulatory cooperation, convergence, and harmonization. Dr. Michelle Lamoli is with the International Programs Office in FDA's Center for Biologics and Research, or CBER. She is responsible for coordinating and collaborating on activities and strategic programs with various international organizations and governments, as well as within CBER. Dr. Gopa Rachowdhury is the Associate Director for Special Programs in the Office of the Director in CBER. She is CBER's liaison to the WHO, where she oversees areas of strategic interest and CBER's scientific collaborations with the WHO. And now, please join me in welcoming Michelle Lamoli and Gopa Rachowdhury.
Hello and welcome. I'm very pleased to be here today to provide you some perspectives on global regulatory cooperation, convergence, and harmonization, and to review opportunities for international engagement. As you can see from our presentation overview, FDA's engagement in global activities and our current approach will be reviewed. We will also look at several key international harmonization and regulatory convergence initiatives, their scope, goals, and activities, and we'll learn what opportunities are available to regulators and industry across the globe. In considering FDA's international activities, we work collaboratively internally within our centers, across our centers, within FDA, within our department, HHS, and other government offices. And we also have some international bilateral engagements, but for the most part, we have found that multilateral engagements are most effective. They spare resources, reduce duplication of efforts, promote global public health, encourage diversity with the international regulatory collaboration efforts across both developed and developing regulatory authorities. And they promote implementation of internationally developed guidelines and standards to reduce the burden of regulation. And we will give you some specific examples here of several initiatives, starting with one key forum in which we engage, and that is the International Council for Harmonization of Technical Requirements for Pharmaceuticals for Human Use. In all of my examples, I will be providing you a web link for more information on the activity, what materials may be available to you as a resource, and how to join. The ICH draws on the expertise of regulators and industry to achieve international harmonization of technical guidelines to enhance public health. It was launched in 1990 with the US, EU, and Japan, and Canada, Switzerland, and WHO as official observers. And it's important to note that ICH has expanded its global participation and engagement through recent reforms. It has well-defined objectives to improve efficiency of the new drug development and registration processes, and to promote public health, prevent duplication of clinical trials in humans, and minimize the use of animal testing without compromising safety and effectiveness. And how we do this is accomplished through development of harmonized technical guidelines and standards that are implemented by the regulatory authorities. And in this slide, you can see the four major topical areas for ICH, which are safety, efficacy, quality, and multidisciplinary topics. And all of our guidelines are in one of these areas. Multidisciplinary means it may be cross-cutting across safety, efficacy, or quality, or it may be involving an electronic standard. And in this slide, you can see our ICH members, and here are ICH observers. I also wanted to note for you that ICH is very committed to training, especially for regulators and for those who may wish to apply for membership for ICH. ICH is working to ensure that high-quality training is available based upon our scientific and regulatory principles outlined in its guidelines. And these efforts include developing a training library on the ICH website with access to all training materials, including working group presentations. And importantly, there's funding support for training programs organized by ICH that's available for regulatory members and observers. We have ICH recognized training programs that are hosted by a variety of organizations, associations, regulatory authorities, and academia, and they're offered in person, virtually, and online, and information is available on the ICH website. And we're also working with academic contractors to develop online training materials and including some translations of guidelines and training materials. The next forum is the International Pharmaceutical Regulators Program. And the IPRP is a safe harbor forum for global regulators to exchange information on issues of mutual interest. The IPRP was established by consolidating the International Pharmaceutical Regulators Forum, IPRF, and the International Generic Drug Regulators Program, the IGDRP, in 2013. Therefore, there are quite a few topics and work in the area of generic pharmaceutical products. It meets biannually on the borders of the ICH meeting and has interim telecons. And recent topics that have been discussed at the management committee level include regulatory reliance, e-labeling for pharmaceuticals, issues with ICH guideline implementation, and environmental risk assessments. In this next slide, you can see the IPRP membership. And IPRP has several work groups, including bioequivalence for generics, biosimilars, cell therapy, gene therapy, identification of medical products, nanomedicines, pharmacovigilance, and quality. And FDA leads the working groups for the cell therapy, gene therapy, biosimilars, and identification of medicinal products. And we would be glad to provide more information on joining these activities if you may be interested. And the next forum is the ICMRA, ICMRA, International Coalition of Medicines Regulatory Authorities. The ICMRA is a heads of agency leadership initiative, and at FDA, this is delegated to the center director level for both the Center for Drugs and the Center for Biologics. They address current and emerging pharmaceutical regulatory and safety challenges and work globally and strategically. There's been more of a recent focus on COVID-19, supporting strategic coordination and international cooperation among global medicine regulatory authorities. In the next slide, you can see the ICMRA members as well as ICMRA associate members. And to highlight some of their current activities and initiatives, they engage in the communications work group, there's a crisis management work group, pharmacovigilance, including big data, adverse event reporting, vaccines, there's a supply chain integrity initiative, antimicrobial resistance, and reliance. And the next initiative is the Regulatory Harmonization Steering Committee under the APEC, Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation. The APEC is, consists of 21 member economies, and here are the 21 countries. The Regulatory Harmonization Steering Committee facilitates regulatory cooperation among medical product regulatory authorities to build human capacity in regulatory science. They also promote political goodwill for convergence among regulatory policymakers in the APEC and beyond. The scope of activities include pharmaceutical products, innovative products, and generic products, as well as medical devices. And the members of this organization are regulators from the APEC economies, industry coalitions in the research-based industry, generic industry, biotechnology products and advanced therapies, as well as medical devices, and a coalition of training partners. The RHSC has focused work streams in these 7 priority work areas: multi-regional clinical trials and good clinical practices inspections, pharmacovigilance, biotherapeutics, advanced therapies, good registration management, which is a combination of good submission practices by the industry and good review practices by the regulators, medical devices, and global supply chain integrity. And the countries in parentheses besides each of these priority work areas is the lead regulator for this initiative. And the Regulatory Harmonization Steering Committee promotes regulatory convergence through training. And we have over 20 APEC Centers of Excellence across the region. And here are some of our current Centers of Excellence and the topics upon which they provide training. And training can be for both regulators and industry and other interested parties. And now let's turn to the Pharmaceutical Inspection Cooperation Scheme, PICS or PIC-S. PICS is a non-binding, informal cooperative arrangement between regulatory authorities in GMPs of human and veterinary medical products. It's open to any authority having a comparable GMP inspection system, and PICS currently has 54 participating authorities globally. Their goal is to harmonize inspection procedures worldwide by developing common GMP standards and by providing training opportunities to inspectors. It facilitates cooperation and networking between and among competent authorities, regional and international organizations. In this slide, you can see the PICS participating authority. And PICS activities includes expert circles organized by topical area for APIs, good distribution practices, bloods, tissues, cells, ATMPs, quality risk management, control of cross-contamination, good clinical practices, computerized systems, veterinary products, as well as the PICS Inspectorates Academy. And the PICS Inspectorates Academy is a web-based educational center under the PICS umbrella, which aims at harmonizing and standardizing GMP training at the international level. And our last forum for today is the International Medical Device Regulators Forum, the IMDRF. The IMDRF was launched in 2012 as a successor to the Global Harmonization Task Force. It has a chair and secretariat that rotates on an annual basis. It started with Australia in 2012, and this year, 2022, Australia is the host once again. Decisions are made by consensus, not voting. They have 2 in-person meetings per year in March and September, and interim telecons. But most importantly, for those who are not members and for industry or interested parties, these biannual meetings include public stakeholder sessions, which provide updates from the management committee members, the IMDRF working groups, regional harmonization initiatives, industry associations, and so on. And in this slide, you can see the members of the IMDRF. The IMDRF mission is to strategically accelerate international medical device regulatory convergence, to promote an efficient and effective regulatory model, and is responsive to emerging challenges in the sector while protecting and maximizing public health and safety. Their goals are to accelerate international medical device regulatory harmonization and convergence, address common public health regulatory challenges, accelerate innovation, and they have a focus on pre-market and post-market requirements. These are the current IMDRF working groups. There's good regulatory review practices, regulated product submissions, cybersecurity, personalized medical devices, AI, adverse event terminology, IVDs, and software as a medical device. And so, in summary, international regulatory cooperation has become an essential part of dealing effectively with the challenges of an increasingly complex and global environment. Engaging in regulatory convergence and harmonization efforts can improve efficiencies of the medical product development process, bringing much-needed generic and innovative products to patients more quickly. Working multilaterally has many benefits, including the sparing of resources, avoiding duplication of efforts, and reaching more stakeholders in efforts to improve global public health. There are many opportunities to engage in collaborative efforts globally, and I hope that with this presentation today, you will have a better understanding of the landscape and how you can become involved or become more involved in a range of activities, whether you are a regulator with the industry or an interested stakeholder. This concludes my part of the program, and I will be back for the Q&A session. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for the opportunity to share an overview of CBER's collaborations with the World Health Organization and discuss how these engagements advance U.S. and global public health. I will give an overview of CBER's strategic priorities and principles that are the foundation of our global engagements. Then, I will briefly discuss CBER's role as a WHO collaborating center and our contribution to the WHO vaccine pre-qualification program. And finally, I will touch briefly on CBER's support for strengthening regulatory systems working in partnership with the WHO. The World Health Assembly is the highest WHO decision-making body where member states provide strategic direction to the WHO on the areas of work that the WHO should prioritize. In 2014, the US, and specifically the FDA, led the effort to have the World Health Assembly pass a resolution that highlights the need to put more emphasis on regulatory system strengthening globally and promoting collaboration among regulators. This is a slide that the CDC developed when the global community was responding to the Ebola outbreak in West Africa in 2014 and 2015. And it is relevant today as we respond to multiple public health emergencies, including the COVID-19 pandemic and the monkeypox outbreaks in many countries in the world. The slide emphasizes that infectious diseases have no borders, and that a pathogen can travel from one side of the world to another in as little as 36 hours. So it is important to have open channels of communication and work collaboratively with our international partners to ensure readiness to respond to such emergencies efficiently and effectively when they happen. The WHO is an important strategic partner in a global environment that is increasingly interdependent. Protecting against infectious disease threats is a U.S. strategic priority, and regulatory authorities play an essential role in this effort. Cooperation among regulators is important for addressing challenges efficiently, and CBER's preferred approach is multilateral engagement with our regulatory counterparts to optimize the efficiency and impact of the collaboration. Our work with the WHO can be facilitated through WHO headquarters, WHO regional offices, and regional networks. These multilateral collaborations allow regulators to share knowledge and experience and promote best practices and regulatory convergence. Multilateral engagement increases efficiency, avoids duplication of effort, and optimizes the use of resources. I will talk a little bit now about CBER's role as a WHO collaborating center. The WHO relies on scientific and technical expertise and resources of collaborating centers to implement their mandated work. Partnership between WHO and CBER as a collaborating center enhances the public health mission of both organizations. CBER is a WHO collaborating center for biological standardization. CBER has had long-standing collaborations with the WHO for decades, but formalized the commitment to support the WHO as a collaborating center in 1998. Our work with the WHO is wide-ranging and focused on product areas that are regulated by CBER. That includes vaccines, blood and blood products, in vitro diagnostics for HIV, and cellular tissues and gene therapies. In broad terms, CBER experts contribute to development and implementation of WHO international standards, including physical standards such as reference materials and reagents used to standardize assays, and written standards such as WHO guideline documents. We support a wide range of activities for regulatory system strengthening and promoting best practices, and for research to advance standardization of biologicals. And we have experts participating as members of several WHO Global Advisory Committees. Our collaborating center activities also include participating in WHO consultations with other stakeholders to share information to advance product development. We support WHO's vaccine pre-qualification program, which I will discuss next. And CBER is one of 4 essential regulatory laboratories, or ERLs, in WHO's Global Influenza Surveillance and Response System. As an ERL, we have an essential role in strain selection and generation of virus stocks and reagents needed for manufacture and release of influenza vaccines each year. And we are engaged in activities that are focused on strengthening preparedness to address threats of emerging and re-emerging infectious diseases. In these 2 slides, I've attempted to capture at a high level our extensive collaborations with the WHO through multilateral engagement with our regulatory counterparts from around the world. Now I would like to discuss FDA's role in supporting WHO's vaccine pre-qualification program. Over 60% of the babies in the world are immunized with WHO pre-qualified vaccines, so this is a very important program for global public health. Vaccine pre-qualification is integral to WHO's mission to make high-quality, safe, effective, and affordable vaccines available worldwide. Pre-qualification is a service that the WHO provides to UN agencies such as UNICEF and the PAHO Revolving Fund to purchase vaccines for global and regional immunization programs. Another important function of the WHO pre-qualification program is that it can be leveraged by countries to streamline registration of the vaccine in their own jurisdiction. The WHO relies on oversight by a functional national regulatory authority to ensure the quality, safety, and effectiveness of WHO pre-qualified vaccines throughout the product lifecycle. FDA serves as a regulatory authority of reference for several WHO pre-qualified vaccines. As the reference NRA, we make the commitment to inform WHO of anything that may impact the quality, safety, or effectiveness of the vaccine or impact vaccine supply. We are able to do this because we have a confidentiality agreement with the WHO that gives us legal authority to share relevant information to support WHO's vaccine pre-qualification program. For the last few minutes, I will discuss CBER's support for regulatory system strengthening, working in partnership with the WHO. The global reality is that the vast majority of countries in the world do not have a well-functioning, integrated regulatory system. 3/4 of the countries in the world do not have a fully functional regulatory authority, and more than half the countries in the world are at maturity level 1, meaning they have no formal approach to providing regulatory oversight of medical products. This highlights the need for regulatory system strengthening and why we have prioritized this area of work in our collaborations with the WHO. The Global Benchmarking Tool is an integral component of WHO's Regulatory System Strengthening Program. One thing that the Global Benchmarking Tool has that did not exist in previous WHO assessment tools is the designation of maturity level of a regulatory authority based on outcome of the benchmarking exercise. What's important to note is the designation as maturity level 3 and 4 indicates that the country has a stable, well-functioning, and integrated regulatory system. Countries with a regulatory system at maturity level 1 or 2 require further strengthening to be considered a fully functional regulatory authority. As I noted in the previous slide, almost 3/4 of the countries in the world do not have a well-functioning regulatory system, according to the WHO benchmarking criteria. However, with increased recognition of the importance of regulatory authorities and increased investment by countries in regulatory system strengthening, more countries are reaching maturity level 3, which is a very positive trend for public health. I have included this slide to give an overview of the regulatory functions that are evaluated by the Global Benchmarking Tool. I do not have time to discuss this comprehensive tool in detail today. However, I've provided a link at the bottom for further information and access to the tool itself for anyone who may be interested in learning about this tool for benchmarking regulatory systems. This slide shows the 5-tier process used by the WHO for benchmarking regulatory authorities and providing support for regulatory system strengthening. I've included a reference at the bottom if you would like further information on the WHO Regulatory System Strengthening Program and the systematic process they use for capacity building. There is increased focus on building manufacturing capacity for vaccines in all regions of the world to meet the global demand. This has been reinforced by the COVID-19 pandemic, where inequity in access was highlighted for countries in some regions of the world. A well-functioning, competent national regulatory authority is essential to ensure quality, safety, and efficacy of vaccines manufactured in the country. Therefore, as countries invest in building vaccine manufacturing capacity, it is critically important to concurrently invest in strengthening national regulatory capacity. The Global Benchmarking Tool is the primary means used by the WHO to assess regulatory systems, establish institutional development plans to address gaps, and further strengthen national regulatory authorities. More recently, the WHO has developed a framework for designating and publicly recognizing a regulatory authority as a WHO-listed authority. This framework was developed in response to member states' requests to have a transparent and evidence-based pathway for globally recognizing regulatory authorities that are operating at an advanced level of performance. The WLA framework replaces the concept of stringent regulatory authorities, which has been used for many years, and which was a designation originally given to the founding members of ICH. One major objective of the WLA framework is to promote reliance, whereby a country can leverage the work of trusted partners, such as WHO-listed authorities, for their own regulatory decision-making. The ultimate goal is to increase access to safe, effective, and quality medical products, especially in low and middle-income countries. CBER provides funding support to the WHO through a cooperative agreement to support a wide range of activities, many of which are focused on regulatory system strengthening. I don't have time to discuss this collaboration in detail, but I do want to say this was established because we view regulatory system strengthening to be extremely important. But we don't have the human resources to do these activities ourselves. So we provide funding support to the WHO so they can undertake regulatory system strengthening activities based on global and regional priorities. In summary, Our collaborations with the WHO advance CBER's strategic goal to improve national and global public health. We have a wide range of engagements with the WHO to advance product development, engage in dialogue with regulatory counterparts on emerging issues, strengthen regulatory systems, and maintain communication channels that can be used to rapidly address public health emergencies. These collaborations have been mutually beneficial and productive in advancing our common public health goals. On this slide, I've listed a few resources if you wish to get more detailed information on some of the WHO programs and areas of collaboration that I discussed briefly today. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss CBER's strategic goals to advance national and global public health and the multilateral approach that we take through our work with the WHO to advance these objectives. Thank you.
All right, thank you again to Drs. Michelle Lamoli and Dr. Gopal Chowdhury for those great presentations. They will be joining us just a bit later at the question and answer panel. Before the panel, we just have two more presentations. The first will be an overview of the review and approval process for a new drug application, or NDA, by Ms. Margaret Kober. Ms. Kober is Chief Project Management Staff in the Office of Regulatory Operations within the Office of New Drugs within the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research at FDA. And then our next and final presentation for the day will be an overview of the review and approval process for an abbreviated new drug application, or ANDA, by Dr. John Ibrahim. Dr. Ibrahim is the Associate Director for Regulatory Affairs for the Office of Regulatory Operations in the Office of Generic Drugs. So please join me in welcoming Mrs. Kober.
Good morning. My name is Margie Kober. I'm with the Office of Regulatory Operations in the Office of New Drugs in the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. Today I'll be talking about the new drug approval process. This talk is designed to be a broad overview of the process, intended primarily for folks who may be new to FDA and aimed at providing just some nuts and bolts that might be helpful as you navigate the process with us. Here are the topics we'll be talking about: pre-NDA activities, application types, application requirements and content, application review milestones, and communication practices. The pre-NDA activities are quite important. The work that you do before the NDA is assembled can be critical to the success of that NDA. You'll probably want to start with a pre-IND meeting. This is a discussion with the specific therapeutic area division. There's a link there to determine who that might be. And I will say that it is fine if you send it into the wrong division. We will transfer it internally. You don't have to send everything in twice. During that meeting, you'll want to discuss data requirements for the IND application, the data needed to support the rationale for testing in humans, design of model studies in animals, non-clinical pharmacology and toxicology, and drug activity studies, a bit about the initial drug development plans and the regulatory requirements for safety and efficacy demonstration. It's important to remember that well-designed and well-conducted foreign clinical trials need not be conducted under an IND if certain conditions are met. Those conditions are outlined in 21 CFR 312.120 and 21 CFR 314.106. Examples include that FDA can inspect the clinical site and validate the data. Data are applicable to the U.S. population and U.S. medical practice. This is particularly important when there may be differences that you have to justify between the populations. And most important, that investigators are recognized as competent. Meetings are available throughout the various stages of research. These include the end of phase 2 meeting, where you'll talk to us about your phase 3 trial design, and then the pre-NDA meeting, where you'll discuss the top-line results and data from your phase 3 studies, and we'll also discuss the content and format of what the NDA should look like when it gets here. Also important to know is that user fees must be paid before an application is submitted. There are small business waivers available, so you'll want to discuss that early on. Switching topics a bit, it's good to determine what type of NDA it will be. Primarily, the distinction is between a 505(b)(1) and a 505(b)(2). These letters and numbers refer to language in the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. In a B1, you own or have the right of reference to all the data. In a B2, you're relying in part on literature or the agency's finding of safety and or effectiveness for one or more listed drugs. There are also different types of NDAs in terms of review clock, priority versus standard. A standard review for a non-new molecular entity is on a 10-month clock. For a new molecular entity, basically something we've never approved before, under the program, that refers to the PDUFA terminology, is a 12-month clock. A priority review for a non-NME is a 6-month clock, and for an NME, it's an 8-month clock. So clearly, you would like to have a priority review. How do you get one of those? There's some criteria. First, the product has to treat a serious condition and, if approved, would provide a significant improvement in safety or effectiveness over available therapy. Or, if your application proposes a labeling change pursuant to a report on a pediatric study, it's important to know that not all pediatric studies qualify. If your product has been designated as a qualified infectious disease product, also known as a QIDP, it would also receive a priority review. And lastly, if you have a priority review voucher that you've either earned on your own or they are transferable so you can buy one, and these are given for rare pediatric diseases, tropical diseases, and medical countermeasures, also known as material threat countermeasures. There are different approval types as well. A full approval means that you can market the product and it's approved for use according to the agreed upon labeling. In a tentative approval, there may be unresolved patent or exclusivity issues, and the product cannot be marketed under a tentative approval. Those have to be resolved to get a full approval. In a Subpart H situation, also known as accelerated approval, this is based on a surrogate endpoint that's reasonably expected to result in a clinically meaningful difference. But the approval also requires a confirmatory post-approval trial to validate that. Application requirements. The first thing you need to be sure to do is to submit the appropriate application type. Don't submit an NDA when you should submit a BLA. The difference is an NDA is for basically a small molecule. A BLA is for a biologic, and they are governed by different set of regulations. An NDA is also not appropriate if your product could be submitted as an ANDA, an abbreviated new drug application. Those are generally used for what we call generic drugs, and they are regulated under 505J. Outside the scope of this talk, but it's an important distinction to make. The application must also contain all required content, and we'll talk a little bit about what that looks like in future slides. It should be in the ECTD format, and we'll talk a little bit about what that means. ECTD stands for Electronic Common Technical Document, and important to know that the firm must not be in arrears for user fees before they submit the application. And arrears includes affiliates and subsidiaries. So when we talk about all relevant content items and information, those are defined in the regulations and several guidance documents. The regulations are found at 21 CFR 314. They include that you must submit reports of all investigations of the drug product sponsored by you and any other pertinent information. This means don't just send the studies that didn't fail, send them all. Information may be incorporated by reference if you have a letter of authorization. And if any of the information is in a foreign language, you must submit English translations. Module 1 contains regional administrative information. This includes the application form, the debarment statement, patent information and patent certification, claimed exclusivity, and labeling. The application form is known as the 356H, must be signed either electronically or with a wet signature. The debarment statement lets us know that you did not and will not use debarred investigators in any of your trials. Importantly, it must be worded exactly as you see in the regulation. Patent information differs from patent certification. Patent information refers to your product that's under review in this NDA. Patent certification is necessary for a 505(b)(2) application, basically telling us what you perceive to be whether or not you are infringing on another firm's patent. Claimed exclusivity is your mechanism to tell us what you believe to be the exclusivity you're entitled to if this were to be improved. For example, you would get 5 years normally for a new molecular entity, 3 years for a new indication, 7 years for an orphan drug, 5 years for a qualified infectious disease product, and if you have existing exclusivity, you can amend that with an additional 6 months added on if you do a specific type of pediatric study. Other modules in the ECTD include the summary overview in Module 2. Summary and overview are different concepts, although they sound like they would be the same. A summary is the data, and overview is the conclusions one would reasonably draw from a review of that data. So you have the quality, what's known as chemistry or chemistry manufacturing and controls data summarized, the clinical overview, summary of the conclusions, clinical summary, top line data, non-clinical overview, and non-clinical summary. And then within the rest of the modules, Module 3 is devoted to quality or chemistry. Module 4 is non-clinical. Module 5 is clinical. That includes clinical pharmacology and statistics. The medical portion includes the integrated summary of safety and the integrated summary of effectiveness. Clinical microbiology pertains to those products that work in the microbiology realm. So think antibiotics, antivirals, those would have clinical microbiology sections. So when the NDA is ready to be sent in, what are the review milestones? First is, of course, submission. Once we receive the NDA, we assemble a review team, and we'll talk a little bit about what that looks like. That review team will determine whether or not the application is reasonably complete for review purposes. There may be an advisory committee meeting, and at the end of the review cycle, we will take an action. That action will either be an approval, or it could be what we call a complete response, meaning that we will outline what we believe the deficiencies to be, and in most cases also give you an idea of what you can do to resolve those deficiencies before you resubmit your application. When we talk about assembling a review team, this is comprised of clinical, usually a primary reviewer, and either a team leader or a supervisor. There'll be division director involvement and sometimes office director involvement if it's a new molecular entity. Regulatory includes your regulatory health project manager and the chief, who is that person's supervisor. There's also a tertiary level in regulatory if it's needed. Non-clinical pharmacology and toxicology includes a primary reviewer and either a team leader or a supervisor. Sometimes there's also tertiary involvement there. Chemistry, quality has a number of different people working on things like the drug product or the drug substance. Botanical folks are also called in, and we'll talk about their role in just a minute. And then, of course, team leaders and supervisors there to pull it all together. And the environmental assessment is also part of chemistry, and if there are any biopharmaceutics kinds of questions, this is where they would also reside. Clinical pharmacology has the primary reviewer and team leader. Sometimes there's also tertiary review there as well. Biostatistics works closely with clinical, and there's 2 levels of review there as well. Then, as needed, we have a variety of consultants we can call on for their expertise. If this is a combination product that includes a device, there are folks from the Center for Radiologic Health and Devices that can help us. Botanical folks help out if there are specific questions about the quality of the botanical. The chemistry is very complicated in a botanical situation. If the studies raise ethical concerns, there are ethics experts that we can rely on. The Controlled Substances Act staff gets involved if this is something that may be scheduled by the DEA. And then we have patient labeling staff who help us out with comprehension of patient package insert, medication guide, patient labeling of any kind, instructions for use, etc. And then we have pediatric experts if there are pediatric studies. They also can help us with the use of the drug in lactation and pregnancy. So the decision to file is made within 60 days. If we refuse to file it, we'll communicate that decision and the reasons why, and that finding may be disputed. Or you can file over protest, which means that we will review it exactly as it was sent in with no amendments and no meetings. So you'll send it in, we'll review it, you'll get an answer, but there won't be any communication along the way. And a little bit about why that might be not a good situation. During this entire process, there's opportunities for meetings with FDA. And when I say meetings, that could also mean that we will respond in writing to your questions or have a teleconference or a video conference. At this point, we're still not doing face-to-face in-person meetings. We hope to get back to that soon, but it's not happening presently. For program applications, there's an opportunity to have both a mid-cycle and a late-cycle meeting with us. This is an opportunity for us to let you know where we're at in the process, any roadblocks we've hit, and any additional information we may need. And we'll also have labeling discussions, assuming that there aren't deficiencies that preclude them. If there are, we'll certainly let you know. There's actually a letter we send saying that there's no point in talking about labeling because we've got bigger problems. I would encourage you to get secure email as early as possible. This is handy for things that we need a quick turnaround on. It does not take the place of formal submissions, but it can be helpful for logistics in terms of scheduling a meeting. Not requesting a meeting, but once one's been granted, we want to make sure that we arrive at a mutually convenient time and date. The regulatory project manager that we talked about earlier is your single point of contact. I can't stress this enough. It is never appropriate for you to reach out directly to individual reviewers, division management, office management. Your regulatory project manager is the single point of contact, and I repeated it because it's so important. You'll want to discuss your communication preferences early on. Some people prefer phone, some people prefer email. That's something you can work out with your project manager, but it is important to know that what's the best way to reach me. It's helpful if you're going on vacation, you reach out and say, hey, I'll be off, but so-and-so is taking over, and, reach out to them. Hopefully that person also has secure email. And we'll do the same on our end. If there are issues that are identified during the filing process, we will communicate those issues in a 74-day letter. So that's just another form of communication with you. And then we do ask that if we send you an information request, that you respond as promptly as possible. These are usually sent in an effort to get to an answer. So you want that answer to be in your favor. Finally, we'll talk a bit about advisory committee meetings. The purpose of these meetings is to provide advice on technical and medical issues related to safety, effectiveness, testing. In some cases, that means if there's a need for a companion diagnostic, we'd like to discuss that. Sometimes it's a fairly new phenomenon. Labeling can be tricky. Sometimes we need help with that. And then generally the use of new drugs, if they raise unique and novel issues. So not every drug goes to an advisory committee meeting. They're most often considered for new drugs expected to have a major therapeutic impact or major new uses of marketed drugs. We think of these as the repurposed drugs that might be used in ways that nobody predicted. If there are major safety concerns, sometimes it's good to have a public meeting like an advisory committee meeting to air those concerns. Sometimes we'll talk about the difference between a clinically meaningful difference in the drug versus placebo or a statistically meaningful difference. They are not the same. So sometimes you can have a statistical difference and it's not clinically meaningful. And lastly, we will consider surrogate markers and secondary endpoints depending on what those endpoints are. Very often, a company will have a variety of secondary endpoints and they think they should all wind up in labeling, and the agency will sometimes disagree with that. So an advisory committee can help us work that out. It's important to remember that advisory committee votes are non-binding on FDA. While we most often will abide by advisory committee advice, we do not always do so. And so that does not mean it's not a valuable process. It is. It always helps us with our look at the risk-benefit analysis and whether or not we're doing the best we can for the public health in either approving or not approving a drug. So that is the end of my presentation. I look forward to your questions in the question and answer sessions. I will say that it will not be possible for me to address specific situations. That conversation is best had with the review division and therapeutic area that you will be dealing with, but happy to answer general questions. Again, this was designed for folks who are relatively new to this whole concept, so please don't be shy. Happy to answer what I can, recognizing that I won't have all the answers, but I hope to be helpful, so I look forward to talking to you then.
Hello, everyone. My name is John Ibrahim. I'm the Associate Director for Regulatory Affairs for the Office of Regulatory Operations within the Office of Generic Drugs. In this presentation, I'll be providing a high-level overview of the approval process for an abbreviated new drug application, or an ANDA. ANDAs are applications that are submitted to gain approval for a generic drug. A generic drug is defined as a drug product that matches the reference-listed drug, or RLD, with respect to the active ingredient, dosage form, route of administration, strengths, conditions of use, and labeling. Additionally, an ANDA application must demonstrate bioequivalence to the RLD. We'll take a closer look at these individual points, but first let's look at the overall process and life cycle of an ANDA. In general, the ANDA approval process and life cycle consists of submission of an ANDA, review, communication, response, and actions. This starts with the initial submission of the application by the applicant. At that point, FDA will review the submission and communicate the results of that review to the applicant. If deficiencies are noted from the reviews, those deficiencies will be provided. Once the applicant responds to those deficiencies, FDA will review those responses and communicate any additional deficiencies to the applicant. Once all deficiencies have been adequately addressed, FDA will either approve or tentatively approve the ANDA based on whether there are any patents or exclusivities that block final approval. After final approval of an ANDA, any changes made to the application would be submitted as a supplement to the ANDA. This is a closer look at the ANDA life cycle and how FDA communicates with the applicant that we just spoke about. Once the applicant submits the initial ANDA, the Division of Filing Review will review that the application is substantially complete and notify the applicant when the ANDA is acceptable for filing. Once an ANDA is found to be acceptable for filing, the individual disciplines will review their associated parts of the application, including pharmaceutical quality, previously known as CMC, bioequivalence, and labeling. The individual disciplines will then strive to provide deficiencies through information requests and discipline review letters, known as IRs and DRLs. Once the responses to an IR or a DRL is received, the discipline will review the deficiency responses. If necessary, the disciplines will repeat this process until the FDA takes an action on the ANDA. One action FDA might take is to send a complete response letter, or a CRL. CRLs are cumulative deficiency letters that include all outstanding deficiencies from all of the disciplines that are reviewing the applications. CRLs carry longer response due dates and are sent when necessary based on review timelines and the level of deficiencies. After a CRL is sent, an applicant can request a post-CRL meeting to ask any clarifying questions about the deficiencies in the CRL. Once the response to the CRL is received, the outstanding discipline will review the associated parts of the CRL response. FDA will continue this process of sending IR, DRLs, and or CRLs until all deficiencies have been resolved. Once all disciplines deem their reviews adequate, FDA will take an approval action on the ANDA. Final approval will be taken if there are no blocking patents or exclusivities. Tentative approval will be taken if there are patents or exclusivities that are blocking final approval. The review timelines for ANDAs are based on the Generic Drug User Fee Amendments Commitment Letter, or the GDUFA Commitment Letter, that is negotiated between industry and the FDA and enacted into law by Congress and the President. These timelines are expedited for ANDAs that fall into a prioritization category. The specific categories can be found in the Manual for Policy and Procedures 5240.3. Some common examples of these prioritization factors are first generics, where there might not be any approved ANDAs for a specific RLD, drug shortages, ANDAs that fall into the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, or PEPFAR, that are intended to provide global availability of antiretrovirals used for HIV, and public health emergencies such as the opioid crisis and COVID-19. During the review process, disciplines will review different parts of the application. An ANDA includes very similar pieces within the application as a new drug application or an NDA, with the exception of clinical trials. Rather than having to conduct clinical trials, ANDA applicants conduct bioequivalence studies to demonstrate that the ANDA is bioequivalent to the RLD. We'll take a closer look at this later in the presentation. The labeling for an ANDA application must have the same labeling as the RLD with some exceptions. There are permitted exceptions where the ANDA label may differ from the RLD's label, such as inactive ingredients and packaging configuration. Additionally, there may be patent or exclusivity protections on certain portions of the RLD's label. If permitted by the FDA, the ANDA label may omit these protected portions of the label, provided that the omission does not render the generic product less safe or effective than the RLD. The Orange Book provides use codes under the RLD that describe the general scope of the claims that are protected. These omissions are only permitted in instances where there are protected claims, so portions of the label that are not protected must be included in the label. Additionally, once the patent or exclusivity expires, those omitted portions must be added back into the ANDA label. Labeling reviewers will assess the contents of all labeling to ensure that the labels align with regulatory and statutory requirements. As I stated previously, an ANDA application must demonstrate that it is bioequivalent to the RLD. Specifically, the applicant must demonstrate that the rate and extent of absorption of the ANDA drug product does not show a significant difference from the rate and extent of absorption of the RLD drug product. There are different ways to demonstrate bioequivalence for different dosage forms and routes of administration. However, for most products, bioequivalence is demonstrated in studies that focus on the release of the drug substance or the active pharmaceutical ingredient from the overall drug product into the systemic circulation. Bioequivalence studies show the comparison of the systemic exposure profile of the ANDA drug product or the test product to the RLD drug product. This is a general depiction of an ANDA that is bioequivalent and an ANDA that is not bioequivalent. On the left, you can see the alignment of the systemic exposure between the test drug product and the RLD drug product. This ANDA drug product would be bioequivalent to the RLD. On the right, you can see the variance in systemic exposure between the test drug product and the RLD drug product. This ANDA drug product would not be bioequivalent to the RLD. Bioequivalence reviewers will review these studies to determine whether the ANDA drug product has demonstrated bioequivalence to the RLD drug product. As I stated previously, deficiencies may be sent to the ANDA applicant through a complete response letter or a CRL. CRLs are a comprehensive list of outstanding deficiencies sent from the FDA. Deficiencies sent in CRLs can be major or minor in nature. A non-exhaustive list of major deficiencies can be found in the Guidance for Industry and the submission's amendments to abbreviated new drug applications under GDUFA. When the applicant submits a response to the CRL, the submission must contain a complete response to all deficiencies noted in the CRL. Partial responses to portions of the deficiencies or to only specific disciplines are not accepted. An applicant must respond to the CRL deficiencies or request an extension to respond within 1 year from the date the CRL was signed. Once all deficiencies have been resolved, an ANDA is eligible for approval. The type of approval the ANDA will receive is based on whether there are any patents or exclusivities under the RLD that block final approval. For the purposes of ANDA approvals, patents are property rights granted by the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office that protect a drug manufacturer's innovation and can include, for example, their overall drug product or the indications of use for that drug. These patents can prevent other manufacturers from marketing similar drug products that are covered by such patents. Exclusivities are granted by the FDA. They offer protections that limit competition for a prescribed period of time for specific reasons, such as the patent challenge or 180-day exclusivity, which is granted to first generics when they're approved, or the orphan drug exclusivity, which is granted to applications that address a rare disease or condition. ANDA applicants have multiple avenues to navigate patents and exclusivities. It is common for an ANDA applicant to challenge patents held by the RLD. ANDA applicants may have to litigate these challenges in court. If litigation is initiated timely, the FDA cannot provide final approval to the ANDA for 30 months if litigation is ongoing. If, for example, litigation is dismissed based on a settlement agreement or the 30 months has lapsed and litigation is still ongoing, FDA can provide final approval to the application at that time as long as it continues to meet all of the requirements for approval. However, if there are still outstanding patents or exclusivities that block approval, FDA will tentatively approve the application as long as it continues to meet all of the requirements for approval. In the case where an ANDA is tentatively approved, the applicant will need to request final approval of the ANDA when they believe that the ANDA is no longer blocked by a patent or exclusivity. For final approval, all requirements for approval must be met. This includes that all discipline reviews are deemed adequate with no outstanding deficiencies, all facilities utilized in the application are deemed adequate at the time of approval, and that there are no patents, exclusivities, or other legal barriers to approval, such as court injunctions. After an ANDA is fully approved, any changes made to the application will generally be submitted as a supplement. There are two types of supplements for an ANDA: changes being effected supplements and prior approval supplements. In general, the difference between these types of supplements are based on the level of change that is occurring. The level of change affects the timing that an applicant is allowed to make that change to the ANDA drug product. Changes being effected supplements are moderate in nature, so the ANDA applicant can make the change prior to the approval of the supplement, but not before the allotted timeline. For a CBE 0 supplement, there is no allotted timeline, so the applicant can make the change as soon as the FDA receives the supplement. For a CBE 30 supplement, the timeline is 30 days, so the ANDA applicant cannot make the change until 30 days after the FDA receives the supplement. Prior approval supplements are major changes in nature, so the ANDA applicant cannot make the change until FDA has approved the supplement. One example of a change that would be made in a supplement is the addition of a new strength to the ANDA. If, for example, the applicant only submitted 1 out of 2 strengths in the original ANDA submission, and they later decide that they want to include the second strength after final approval of the ANDA, they would submit a supplement to add that second strength. Other examples are adding new or alternative manufacturing facilities or updating the labeling of the ANDA label because there has been an update to the RLD label. In addition to supplements, however, applicants can submit changes to their ANDAs in their annual reports to the FDA. Changes sent in annual reports should be minor in nature and have a minimal potential to have an adverse effect on the overall drug product. That wraps up my overview of the approval process of an ANDA. Here are some helpful guidances and maps that provide more detail on what was discussed. Thank you for your time and attention, and have a great day.
Thank you again for those great presentations. We will now begin the question and answer panel. If you haven't had a chance to answer your question into the Q&A chat pod, please do so now. We'll answer as many questions as time allows. We'll start with some questions that had come in from the audience for Margaret. This first question is, what application is used for a biological product in a specialized medical device, and how will these products be evaluated?
great question, and there is not a short answer to that. There is a mechanism to request a jurisdictional determination.
Sorry, Margaret, it sounds like we may have lost some of your audio there. While we try to get that fixed, we might move on to questions for our next panelist. Let's go ahead and move on to some questions for Michelle. One question that came in for you is, I am with a less resource regulatory authority. Would we be able to join these initiatives? Is there a membership fee?
Oh, thank you, Nora, and thank you very much for the question. Yes, some fora do have a membership fee, like the ICH, and or an application fee, like the PICS, the Pharmaceutical Inspectorate Convention, which does have a very extensive application process. Some associations or initiatives have no fees involved at all, but the requirements vary according to the organization. And so I would therefore refer you to the respective website for the organization that you might be interested in as a regulatory authority. For the pharmaceutical regulators that are in the audience and interested and are starting out in the harmonization initiatives and regulatory convergence, I might suggest starting with the IPRP, the International Pharmaceutical Regulators Program, and you could participate in management committee leadership discussions, as well as any working groups of interest. We do have 6 or 7 working groups that I did mention, and there is no cost or fees associated with that or any application fees. And so I thank you for that question, and back to you, Nora.
Thank you so much for that response. We'll go ahead and continue with some other questions that we have for you, Michelle. Next question is, how can industry get involved in harmonization?
Oh, very good question. Thank you. I would recommend that any of our industry participants today visit the respective websites of interest that you might be wanting to join or participate in activities. Some allow industry members and or observers in their forum. Some have stakeholder sessions in which you could participate. And some have some really good training, other resources and information on their website. And so I would highly recommend referring to the websites that you can find cited in my slide presentation. So thank you for that question.
Thank you again for that information. We have one more question for you, Michelle. For regional initiatives like APEC, are non-APEC countries' participation welcomed?
Very good question, and thank you for that. Yes. So, for example, the APEC, the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation Initiative, which is, as you may recall from the slides, the 21 member economies or countries, they do welcome participants from outside the region, and we have been stressing that in the Regulatory Harmonization Steering Committee, in fact. The RHSC, Harmonization Steering Committee, has these centers of excellence training programs, and they will, in most cases, welcome those outside the region, especially regulators, if there is space available for training in their programs. So yes, please do explore initiatives outside of your region. And thank you for that, Nora. Back to you.
Thanks so much, Michelle. Now we actually have some questions coming in for GOPA. first question for you. You said manufacturing capacity should be linked to building regulatory capacity. Can you explain this?
No, thanks very much for that for that question. So governments and countries are investing in building local manufacturing capacity, and that's a really positive development because there is a tremendous need for more manufacturing of vaccines and other medical products to meet the global need. And we certainly saw that in the context of the trying to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. And this is especially true not only for COVID-19, but in our ability to be able to respond to public health emergencies efficiently in the future. So strengthening the regulatory authority in the country that is investing in building manufacturing capacity is important because the manufactured product will need to have adequate oversight to assure quality, safety, and efficacy to support licensure or marketing authorization. And the regulatory authority can also provide guidance to the manufacturer through the product development process, as is the case in many countries today. So it's really important to have a strong regulatory authority in the country where the manufacturing is being done. Another important point, at least related to vaccines, is that if a country has a regulatory authority that's functioning at maturity level 3 or 4, that allows the WHO to rely on that national regulatory authority for pre-qualification of vaccines, and we heard that from our WHO colleagues earlier in the day. And so that can broaden the access to vaccines in all regions of the world. So investing in regulatory capacity building, along with investments in increasing manufacturing capacity, is really quite important to assure that the medical products are safe, effective. It builds confidence in those products, and it can also help to increase global access. So those two efforts, building manufacturing capacity and strengthening regulatory capacity, really do need to go hand in hand. Thanks.
Great, thank you for that response. We'll do one more question that came in for you, Gopa. How does the FDA support the WHO pre-qualification program?
Yes, so that is such a critical program for global public health. For the case of vaccines, the WHO relies on regulatory oversight by a functional national regulatory authority for the vaccine. And as I mentioned, this is a requirement that's unique to vaccines. I don't think it's a requirement for drugs and diagnostics, but it is a requirement for vaccines. So as I noted in the presentation, if we, FDA, serve as the NRA of reference for WHO pre-qualified vaccines, we have an obligation to inform WHO of any findings that may impact product quality, safety, or effectiveness, or product availability. So for example, if an inspectional finding identifies a significant issue that would impact product quality or availability, we would need to inform the WHO. Because they are using this vaccine in global vaccination programs, and so it's important for them to know of these sorts of findings. And we can do this under confidentiality. That is, we are able to share confidential information with WHO to support the vaccine pre-qualification program. The other area where we provide support is in sharing of our review documents, inspection reports, and any other relevant documents that may facilitate WHO's assessment of the product dossier that they receive from the manufacturer for pre-qualification of a vaccine. I think you heard Deos mention this during his presentation also. And how this helps is that it allows WHO to streamline their dossier review by relying in large part on FDA's reviews for their assessment. And if WHO has any questions during their dossier review, they can reach out, we can discuss it, but really the main benefit is that it significantly decreases the amount of time it takes for WHO to do their assessment for vaccine pre-qualification. So those are some areas and means through which we support the WHO vaccine pre-qualification program. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that response. All right, so we'll try to go back to Margaret. I know we had some connection issues with the previous question we tried, but I'll repeat that question one more time. What application is used for a biological product in a specialized medical device, and how will these products be evaluated?
Well, I'm happy to be back. The short answer is it depends. There is a mechanism to request designation for jurisdictional purposes. It will depend on the primary mode of action of the product. So if you have a single product that's got both a biologic and a device, depending on which one of those is most responsible for the desired effect, that's the type of application that will be submitted. That said, we do collaborate with our fellow centers and include, if it's regulated as a therapeutic biologic, for instance, it would be in CEDAR, and we would include folks from the Center for Devices in that review. It's also important to remember that your reporting requirements for safety post-approval would also be affected by both sets of regulations. So certainly start with the therapeutic area review division to have that conversation early on. So thanks for that question.
All right, thank you so much for that response. One more question for you, Margaret. What happens when the documents are not submitted in the required format?
They are immediately rejected. They don't even make it to the review division to look at. So it's critical that you have your technical ducks in a row before sending them in. Thanks for that question.
All right, and thank you for that answer. Now we'll go on to some questions that we have for John. First question, does FDA automatically prioritize an ANDA, or does it have to be requested?
Hey, Nora, thanks so much for that question. And it's a great question. Yes, the applicant has to request prioritization. However, there are specific instances where FDA will go ahead and prioritize an application, and those are when it's needed for public health. So in the terms of drug shortage and public health emergency, FDA will go ahead and initiate those prioritizations even if it is not requested. But it is always best to request prioritization when submitting any amendments or any or your application as a whole. And the list of prioritization can be found in map 5240.3, so you can see what you need to request.
Great, thank you so much for that information. We have another question for you, John. How does an application go from tentative approval to final approval?
Thanks, Nora. So an application, when it's tentatively approved, it's technically approved for all of the aspects of the application, except for the fact that it is blocked by patent or exclusivity. So once an applicant sees that they're 3 months away from that blocking patent or exclusivity expiring, or they believe that they're 3 months away from being able to gain final approval, they need to submit an amendment to their application that requests final approval. They also need to submit within that submission, they need to include anything that's changed or anything that's been updated in that submission. FDA will take that in. We will review any changes and make sure from a scientific perspective, everything is still good to go with that application. And as long as there's no longer any patent or exclusivity that is blocking it, we will be able to provide final approval to the application.
All right, thank you so much for that response as well. Looks like that is all the time we have for questions. Thank you again to all our speakers and presenters for the informative sessions. And now we'll just move on to some closing reminders or remarks for the day. Just some things to note, recordings will be posted to our fda.gov CEDAR SBIA website. It will just take us some time to process, but they will be posted online. And another reminder to in order to receive the certificate of attendance, which will support continuing education credits from SOCRA, RAPS, SQA, and ACRP, we have this evaluation and certificate link. The link will be available for 2 weeks after this event, so up until September 1st. This concludes our session for today, and we hope to see you again tomorrow.